Hi, welcome back friends. In this class, I'm gonna creating the front section which is containing the logo name, menus name, and also we have some menus available at the very corner called Who Am I? View Portfolio, Contact Me. At the very center, we have the girl image and some text available. At the both sides, we have different background color added. So in this class, I'll be creating the very front section. So let's do. Right now, we need the text editor, okay? And also we need a specific folder in which we will put all the datas, okay? So let's take a look. Here I have created a new folder called frontend. Inside this, I have put three specific files. One for the images, second for the index, and third main.css. This index page will contain all the markup of HTML5, and also this main.css will be having all the style sheet, right? And inside this image folder we have all the images which I'll be using here throughout this course. Okay, now we need the text editor. I'm using here brackets. You can use the same or you can just use whatever you prefer the most as the text editor. Let me show you how you can download this beautiful text editor called brackets. Simply come to the Google, search brackets. After searching, you will be getting bunch of links right now. At the very first, we have brackets, a modern open source code editor. We will not go through this. Simply scroll the page and you can see we have download brackets free latest version. Make sure to click on it. Okay. Right now we have the button for downloading. Simply click on it and it will start downloading. Once it will be downloaded, simply install it and will work. After downloading and installing, you will be getting this dashboard of bracket which I am using right now. After opening this beautiful software, simply go to the right side. At the very first, we have live preview. You can see your live coding throughout the browsers. And also we have very second option or the manager called extension manager. Inside this, we will get bunch of extensions available which you can use to make your work even more faster. Okay, here very first I'll be linking Emmet plugin. What is this Emmet? Emmet is actually a plugin which makes your work even more faster and convenient. Say for example, if you want to write the basic HTML5 markup, then simply you have to put exclamation sign and hit the tab. You will get full HTML5 markup designed there. Say for example, if you want to create the class called container, then you have to put dot and the class name. After that, hit tab and it will be expanded beautifully. Right? If you want to create the ID, simply put hash and the ID name and hit the tab. It will get expanded beautifully. So totally it will save your time in writing the code. Right? So simply make sure to enable it by clicking on the enable button. I have already enabled it, so we are not getting any button for enabling it. So friends, you can see at the very top we have the folder name called frontend. Inside this we have index page which is totally empty. Okay, and also we have main.css which is not containing any style sheet. Right now I'm just coming to the index page and here we'll create the simple markup. Alright, so what I'll be doing, I am pressing exclamation sign and hitting the tab. You can see it's get expanded beautifully, isn't it? Right now we have to put some document name which will be coming at the very top to the browser tab. Okay, you can put anything which you like the most. I'm just putting here real world front end website design using HTML, CSS and JS. Now inside the body tag, we'll be adding some HTML5 markup for the very first and front section. which I have shown you already there in the browser. Let me show you again. Friends, right now I'm gonna putting this logo and also menus name, okay? And then we'll go for the different part. Inside this, I'm putting class called main. I'm just putting the class name with dot, and after hitting the tab, you can see it's been expanded beautifully. Why we are getting this expandation? Because I have used a plugin called Emmet. Okay, so we are getting this expandation. Inside this, I'm putting header, which will be having the class called header as well. Inside this, I'll be putting the logo name. Okay, so I'm just putting a for the anchor link. Inside this, I'm putting the logo name. You can even put the image for the logo. I'm just putting the text. Inside this, I'm putting class called logo as well. This logo class, I'll be styling in the style.css to put a specific changes. After the anchor link, I'm taking the selector called nav, which is containing some UL class, which is containing actually the UL, and UL will be having li will be having the anchor link, and all the menus name coming up inside the anchor link. So here, before going to anywhere, simply mentioning inside the nav selector a class called nav. We have UL tag. Inside the UL, I am putting li, and li will be having anchor link, and anchor link will be having the menus name like home and all the name which you want to put here. So we have created the nav selector, and I have put the class. Inside this, we have UL tag, and UL tag is containing the menus name along with this li tag. Now what I'm doing, I'm just clicking anywhere in this line, okay, and pressing Ctrl D multiple times as much we need the menus name. So I'm pressing Ctrl D like this. Simply we will change the menus name. So here I am putting some different kind of name like blog. Now we need to add some search icon just after the last menus name, which is contact. So what I'm doing, I'm pressing Ctrl D. It's been duplicated. Now I'm just adding here icon inside this anchor link. So what I'm doing, I'm mentioning I tag. Inside this, I'm putting class called fa font awesome search. Friends, this is the class of the icon, like search icon, okay, and this is the main class for the icon, that is font awesome. This fa stands for font awesome. This class stands for the icon name specifically. This will not be showing there because I have not linked any font awesome CDN right now, so we'll be adding that as well. Now we are going to take a look how these menus are coming up. So just saving it, and you can see at the very right side top corner we have the live preview option. Make sure to click on it, and you can see all the things which we have done earlier. As you can see, we have the logo name, and also we have menus, but we are not getting any search icon there because we did not add any kind of icon links. Okay, so right now I'm coming to the Google, going to the search, that is font awesome CDN. Make sure to search it, font awesome CDN. Very first link we have font awesome libraries CDN.js. Make sure to click on it. Now we have the version. Click on this version drop down arrow and just scroll slightly. Here we have 4.7.0. Make sure to click on it, and you can see very third link we have fontawesome.min.css. This means minified version. Okay, so just make sure to click on the very first copy URL. Now it's been copied. Coming back to the bracket, there we link it just after the title. I'm mentioning here link inside the href. I'm just pasting it. If I show in the browser, as you can see very bottom we have the search icon available, isn't it? Now we have to work for the different part. Right now we have worked this simple markup for the navigation area, which is containing the logo name and the menus name. Right now we will have to work for the different part. You can see we have this big D letter, and also we have the name called designer or designation called designer, and at the very center we have the girl image. Then we have this beautiful text. So right now we have to work for this text and the image as well. So what I'm doing, coming back to the bracket, just after the header, I'm taking extra spaces to define the things. Right now I'm having the class called contents. This contents class will be having some different kind of classes name. So very first I'm putting profession class, profession. Inside this I am taking a span tag for the big D letter. I am putting D inside this span tag. After the span tag closing, I am just taking extra space and mentioning the secondary text, that is designer. Okay, so we'll get D designer. Inside the CSS, I'll be styling this D letter for the big letter. Okay, and then we'll put some specific styling for this designer, which will be coming up there. After this, I'm gonna adding some class called name, which will be having the name of the author, or you can put any name inside this. Okay, again I'm taking a span tag. This span tag will be having the designation like UI, UX, or you can say it just profession. Okay, now we need some line break. So here I am adding BR tag to get line break, and now I am putting head. You might have seen there we are getting the designer, and also we are getting this text. Okay, so here I am putting head. If I show you, as you can see, we are getting the designer and UI UX head. Now this time we have to work for these menus like who am I, view portfolio, contact me. Okay, so let's do. For these menus, I am adding here anchor link. Anchor link will be having the menu's name. So here I am putting contact me. Again, I am duplicating it by pressing Ctrl D and putting here the name, menu name, view portfolio. Also, I am adding one more. So we have added here three menus name like who am I, contact me, view portfolio. Right now we have to add some class for it to target in the style.css to put some specific styling. So here I am adding class, and class name will be link1. This classes what I am putting here are not existing anywhere. We will be styling it beautifully later on. Now again for the second menu name called contact me, I am adding some class to this like contact me link. Okay, now here I am also putting class called portfolio. Friends, you can put any class name, it's up to you totally. Okay, if I show you, as you can see, we are getting who am I, contact me, view portfolio. Right now this time we have to work for the styling it to the style.css or the main.css. Okay, very first we'll be adding some basic changes there in the main.css, and we'll design it definitely. Right now I'm gonna linking this main.css. You can see it's totally empty. Coming back to the index page, just after this font awesome.main.css, I am putting link. Inside the hyper reference, I am putting main.css. Now we need to put some basic changes like we will put margin padding, kind of this. Okay, so here I am putting HTML. Very first I am putting box sizing like border box. And also I'm adding font size to the whole HTML document, that is 16 pixel. We can keep on changing its value as we need. Okay, now I'm putting universal selector called this, and also I'm gonna adding some before properties to this, before and after actually. These are the pseudo properties like before, after kind of. Now inside this I'm putting box sizing, inherit. These are the basic changes. You can put or just remove it. It's up to you. Now I'm targeting all the heading tag which will be coming inside the HTML markup like h1, h2, h3, h4 and ul and everything. So here I'm putting body h1, h2, order list and on order list. Inside this I am putting margin 0, padding 0 kind of. If I show you, as you can see, for now we have got all the margin and the padding from each sides removed. See, we are not getting any kind of margin and the padding, and also we are getting all the bullets and the decoration except that menus removed. Okay. Now we have to style everything beautifully. Here I am putting basic changes to the image. Okay, so image will be 100% width and height will be auto. So I'm putting image and it will be having maximum width 100%, so it will occupy whole area there. I'm putting height like auto. For now we did not add any image there, so we'll not get any effect there. Okay, once we'll add the image we'll see all the things there. Now we have the anchor link. Inside that we are getting the underline. Let me show you. As you can see, all the menus are having underline just below to the menu's name. So we have to remove this underline. For that we have a selector called anchor link on the index page. You can see here we have anchor link. We have anchor link in all the menus name. So I'm targeting this anchor link here and putting text decoration like none. So we'll not get any underline there. You can see it's got removed. Friends, right now we have to add some font family. You can see how cool all the fonts are coming up right here. This is called Poppins font family. I'll be linking it going through the Google font family website. Simply come to the Google, search Poppins. Okay, after searching you will get Poppins Google fonts. Make sure to click on it, and here we will get the CDN link to link this Poppins plugin or the Poppins font family there. We have bunch of files available, like we have some font weight like thin 100 italic, 200 kind of. So here we need just the 400 which is regular. Simply come to this button called select this style, click on it. Here we have two options to link this. Very first we have link, second is important. This important link will be added inside the style.css or the main.css, but this link will be adding just before or after to the title tag on the index page. Just selecting this part, okay, and copying it, coming back to the index page, there I'll be adding it. Here we have font awesome. Just before to this, here I am putting it. Now I am indenting it beautifully. Okay, so we have linked here Poppins font family. Now we have to call this font family there. For that, what we will do, you can see at the very bottom we have CSS rules to specify families. Make sure to copy this part, okay, from here to here. Come back to the bracket or the text editor, whatever you are using, and come to the main.css and start adding wherever you want to add. Here I am just putting it. Font family Poppins sans serif. If I show you, as you can see, all the fonts family have got changed beautifully. It's looking kind of cool, isn't it? Friends, you might have noticed here we have image and two different kind of background available. So right now I am working through the body. Okay, so coming back to the bracket, and right now I am on the main.css. Here I am putting body. Body will be having background color, image, everything. So here I am putting body. This will be having first background color. Inside this background color, I'm gonna using hex color code. You can use any color code, it's up to you totally. If you know the color name like deep sky blue or any kind of color name you know, simply put here. If you don't know, make sure to use Photoshop to find out which color you are looking for. Now I'm putting background image. This will be having some linear gradient. This will be having some degree like 315 degree, and it will also having some color name. So I'm just putting here. This will be 0% obviously, and the next or the second color will be having some value like 74-75%. So it will get all the area beautifully occupied. Now I am putting color name here, or the color or the hex color code like 6D17CB, 74%. Now I am removing all the overflowing from the body, and that's why adding here overflow hidden. And we have already added font family, so we don't need any font family inside this. As you can see, it's coming like this. Now I'm going to the index page, and this time we have to work for the main class, which is right here. This will be having some position main, and this will be having position like relative, and also I'm gonna adding some pseudo properties to this called before. We have two different colors available there, so here I'm using before property, which is the pseudo, to put some different kind of color both sides. So inside this very first I'm putting content. This will be empty obviously, and position should be absolute, top should be 0. Friends, you can keep on changing its value to adjust accordingly. Right value will be something around -20%. Width should be 70%. And also I'm adding some height to this like 100 VH vertically height, and background again I'm gonna choosing different one. Background color, I'm using hex color code FC9842. Background image, again what I'm doing, I'm putting here linear gradient. This will be having again same degree like 315 degree, and also I'm gonna adding some color like hex color code. This will be 0%, and secondary text and secondary color should be something different. Overflow should be hidden. If I show you how we are getting there, as you can see, we are getting two different color. This is having some different kind of gradient color, and this is also. Now we have to put some shape like this, a skew shape, okay? Like here we have, you can see this color and this color is coming up there, but we are getting a straight line like 50-50 divide. But now we need some skew like this, sharp edges, or you can see it diagonal shape. In the CSS it is called skew. Now I am putting transform skew to the x-axis, and this will be -15 degree. Transform origin from 0 and 0. Z index should be 1. Why I am adding Z index? Because we have to put the things at the top. Yep, you can see we are getting two different colors, okay, and it's looking truly amazing, isn't it? Now this time we will start working for the header. Coming back to the bracket, and you can see we have index page, which is containing the class called header. We have selected header. This header is having this header class name. So I'm just calling this header to put some position, top value, left value, like that. So I'm calling the class called header. Inside this I am putting position like absolute, top value should be 25 pixel and right should be 25 pixel. Obviously z index should be 999 and width should be 100%. If I show you, now you can see it's beautifully aligned, isn't it? Friends, now we have to work for the logo and the menu's name. Okay, so we have a class for the logo that is called logo here. Okay, so coming back to the main.css, and here I am calling the main class for the logo that is dot logo. Why I am adding dot? Because this is the class. Here I am putting position absolute, left value will be 10% and its color should be white. You can see it's coming up here. Now I want to increase the font size. So what the code will be? Code will be anchor link for the A and dot logo. A dot logo, then this will be targeted. Here I am putting A dot logo. Now I am putting font size something like 17 pixel. You can keep on changing its value as you need it. Okay, now we have to adjust all the menus. You can see we have the menus are not visible here, so we have to adjust the menus beautifully. We have to put all the menus name just at the very right side. So we have the selector. Let me show you. You can see on the index page we have the very first selector, that is nab, which is containing class called nab. So I'm just coming back to the main.css, putting .nab and adding float called right. So it will be aligned at the right side. Yep, you can see it's aligned nicely, but we have to put in one line. Okay, so we'll be doing it. Now index page is showing up here. You can see we have the nab selector which is having UL. UL is containing all the li and anchor link for the menu's name. So right now I am targeting this nab with this UL. So the code will be nab is having class called nab. So code will be .nab UL. Very first I am putting margin like 0, padding like 0, float should be left. And also I am targeting the li which is coming inside the UL tag. So here I am putting nab UL li. Inside this I am putting list style none, float should be left, and also I am adding margin left kind of 30 pixel. You can see it's got adjusted beautifully. But it's looking something weird, isn't it? We have to change its color and also we will increase its font size. So all the menus name are coming up inside the anchor link like A. You can see this anchor link is containing the menu name like home, blog, pages, freelancer, gallery, contact. So right now I am targeting name equal LIA. I am putting some transition value like 0.3 second. It's animation delay, and also I'm adding some font size to this like 15 pixel, and color should be white, and text transform should be uppercase. We'll get all the text as uppercase. This transition I'm adding here to add some sticky navigation later on. For now I'm just removing it. It's not needed now. Yep, you can see we are getting the home, blog, pages, all the menus beautifully aligned. Right now we will have to increase its font size, and also I have to add some hover effect over it. So again I will be putting the upper code called navigable lia. Only I'll be using here pseudo property, that is hover. Inside this I am putting color like this. You can see it is coming, but we need some smoothness here. Okay, so here I am adding here transition, like all the properties, like all, its duration will be 0.5 second and its timing function should be is in out. Now we'll get some smoothness on the hover. You can see. Now you can increase its font size. Like I'll be doing here 17 pixel. Yep, it's looking cool, isn't it? Friends, right now we have to work for this image, girl image. You can see here on the original file we have the girl image and some profession and the designation or the name. So let's do. Right now coming back to the bracket, and we need to find its class where we have to add the image. So as you can see, we have a contents class which is containing the profession name and the menus name like link 1, contact me link, portfolio link. Okay, so right now I'm putting contents class there to add some image like girl, which I have shown you already. Here I'm putting contents. Inside this I'm putting position should be relative z index to. Why I'm adding z index? Because we have to put the girl image at the very top. And also I'm gonna adding some background to this URL. Inside the images we have 4.png name, which is the girl image. See here. Its size is 602 by 817 pixel. Its position should be center and bottom, and it will be no repeat, so it will not get any repetition there. Now I'm putting background size like auto 90%. Height should be 100 VH. Now if I show you, yep, you can see it's got adjusted at the very center beautifully, isn't it? Now we have to work for the profession, which is coming up right here, like the designer, UI, UX head, and the menus name like who am I, contact me, view portfolio. So we have a class specifically for this that is called profession. You can see here. So just I'm calling there to put some specific changes like font size, font family, font weight, like that. Inside this I'm putting font size 60 pixel, color should be white, font weight should be bold, position should be absolute, top should be 45%, and left value will be 29%. As you can see, we are getting the things designing right now. Friends, we have the D letter here, which is separately inside the span tag. We have to put this letter called D bigger than this secondary text called designer. So we have a span tag. So what the code will be? Code will be profession span. Now I'm putting opacity like something around 0.2 and font size 260 pixel. Again I'm saying you can keep on changing its value. It's totally up to you how much font size and weight you need. Position should be absolute, top should be minus 170%, and also I'm gonna adding left value kind of minus 33%. As you can see, we are getting right now. It's cool, isn't it? If you want to change its font family, you can do that. I'm adding a font family called Open Sans, or I'm adding here sans serif. It's kind of bold, isn't it? Now we will just put some less value for the left. I am adding here 23%, just decrease 10% lesser. Okay, I am increasing. I am changing its font family. That will be kind of this Tahoma. I am using here Tahoma. Yes, it's looking kind of cool, isn't it? Now we have to work for the name. Okay, so we have a specific class for the name. Like you can see, we have name class which is containing UI UX head. So right now I'm targeting this name class to put some specific changes there. Name will be having some opacity like 0.2, font size 120 pixel, line height should be 1, color like white, font width bold, position absolute, top value 35%, and right should be 17%. As you can see, it is coming up here. You can see it is coming right now. Now we have to adjust this D and designer at the very left here, and also we have to put some text transform to this. Here I am adding font family like Tahoma. Now we will adjust this at the right here. So friends, finally we have adjusted it beautifully, isn't it? Right now we have to work for the menus which is coming here like who am I, contact me, view portfolio. Who am I will be coming up here, contact me at the very right side here, and portfolio should be just here. Right now I'm on the index page, okay, and we have a class specifically for the menus name like who am I, contact me, view portfolio. Very first I'm targeting link one class, and also I'm adding contact me link class, and then portfolio link. Okay, so just coming to the main.css, and right now I'm calling the class called link1, which will be having some different properties. Or I am also targeting three classes together which is common. Okay, so here I am putting link 1. After that we have another class called contact me link. Make sure to put the exact class name for the section so it will apply, otherwise it will never gonna apply. Then we have different kind of class name called portfolio link. So for now I'm targeting link 1 and contact me link. Okay, to put some basic changes. Here I'm putting display like block, And also I'm adding width like 150 pixel. Text alignment should be center. Position should be absolute. And now I'm putting top value like 50%, and again I'm going to add left value like 65 pixel. Color should be white. Lateral spacing should be zero point 0.1 em. Transform origin like 50%. Now I'm adding some transform properties which will be having translate. -50 from top to right, and bottom to left should be -50% again. Rotate should be 90 degree. So it will be rotated there. Cursor should be pointed. So whenever we will put our mouse pointer over the menu name, we will get the pointer icon there. Z index should be 2. Font size 18 pixel. You can keep on changing its value. Font weight kind of 400. If I show you, yep, you can see all the menus are just coming here except the view portfolio, and they are just overlapping one another. It's looking weird, isn't it? Don't worry, this time we have to work for this contact me link, and this will be coming up here. We have a class called contact me link. Make sure to copy this and just paste here and put some CSS3 styling to this. Here I am putting color white. Left should be 100% and its property should be important, because most of the times if your property of the CSS3 is not applying, make sure to add important property there to remove all the privileges. Margin left should be something around -65 pixel. Here it should not be letter spacing. Actually I am adding here left value like 100%. Transform should be translate, again -50%. Top to right, bottom to left, again the -50%. Rotate should be -90 degree. Let's have a look. Yep, friends, we are getting who am I, contact me, both sides aligned beautifully, isn't it? Now we have to align this view portfolio at the hair. Okay, so we'll be doing that nicely. Right now we have to adjust the portfolio link. So we have a specific class for this here. Portfolio underscore link. Make sure to copy it. Coming back to the main.css here. Just putting some properties like display property and everything. Display should be block. Text align should be center. And also I'm adding position should be absolute. Top should be 80%. Left should be 350 pixel, and again I'm adding color like white, and letter spacing 0.1 em. Cursor should be pointer. Z index 2. Font size 18 pixel, and again I'm gonna adding font weight to this like 400. Padding left 18 pixel. Let's have a look. Yep, friends, finally we have aligned everything perfectly fine, isn't it? You can see all looks cool, isn't it? Now in the next we'll be working for the hover state. So when we'll put on the mouse point over the menus, we'll get some hover. Okay, beautiful hover. So while waiting, we will do that right now. Friends, right now we have to work for the animation on the menu hover. Like when we'll hover over it, we'll get some line animation hover effect. Okay, let me show you. As you can see, when I am putting my mouse pointer over the menu's name, we are getting line animation. See here. It's truly amazing, isn't it? So let's do. Right now, I'm targeting the very first link, which is who am I. You can see here it has got a class called link1, and then I'm targeting this contact me. Okay, so its class name is contact underscore me underscore link. So let's do. Here I am mentioning link 1, and on the link 1 I am using pseudo property called before, and also the secondary class or the second class we have, that is contact me link. This will be having also the pseudo property, that is before. Inside this, I'll be putting background color, content, position, everything. So very first I'm putting background. This will be having some color, hex color code like EE4266. It's kind of this. And also I'm gonna adding content. This will be having position absolute. Width should be 5 pixel. Height should be again the 5 pixel. Very first we'll add some circular shape like dot there. Okay, so here I'm using width and height, and also I'm adding border radius to this like 50% to get some circularity there. Top value should be minus 15 pixel. Left should be 50% obviously, and also margin should be something like this. Top right bottom should be 0 and rest will be minus 3 pixel. Let's have a look. As you can see, we are getting dot here. Okay, and here as well, but this dot should be different color than this. This will remain same, but this dot will be changed. For this we will put some class called contact me link, and this will be having some pseudo properties with the background. This is the main class for the contact me. This will be having the pseudo property called before. Inside this I'm adding background like kind of yellow. You can see we are getting here different color. Here we have different one, and later on we will put some different one here. Now we have to add some line here, like when we will put our mouse pointer over here, we will get the hover effect like animation there. Okay, so for that what we will do, we will add here pseudo property again. Friends, you can notice here I have added here pseudo property called before. Right now I'm just copying this part, pasting below. There we will be adding after, not before actually. So just remove this before to after, and we will change its property nicely. So here I'm putting content something like empty, position should be absolute, transition value will be something like this. I am putting all the transition properties like all, its duration or the delay like 0.3 second, its timing function should be is. I am not adding here linear, I am adding here is. Now I am adding some background to this. This will be having linear gradient. To bottom, from bottom we'll get some RGBA red, green, blue, alpha. This will be containing 238 for the red. Green will be something like 66. Blue should be 102. And alpha should be 0. That means we will not get any transparency there. And its color should be 0%. Now I am again adding RGB here, red, green, blue, alpha. This will be having the same properties. Okay, only will change its alpha property, that will be 1. Here we have 0. Now we'll put 1 there. I'm just copying it, pasting inside this. This will be 1. and it should be 100%. So when we'll put our mouse pointer over the menu name like, then we'll get from 0 no color, but at the 100% this color should be applied nicely. Width should be 1 pixel, height should be 85 pixel adding here. Now left should be 50% and again I am putting bottom should be 100% and margin bottom should be 13 pixel and left should be -1 pixel. Now see it. As you can see, we are getting the line here, but it is not animating beautifully. Don't worry, we'll make it animated beautifully. This time coming back to the friends, you can notice at this position we are getting, at this menu we are getting this circle and the line same color, but here on the contact me menu we are getting yellow, the dot and line is different color, so we have to adjust it. We'll put same color for the contact me. So what I'm doing here, I am putting contact me class, and on this I'm using pseudo property called after. Background should be yellow. Again, now you can see this is similar, but we are not getting any sharp edges. You can see at the end of this line we are getting some less opacity, but here we are not getting. So what I'll be doing, I'll be adding here linear gradient. Okay, so removing it, adding here linear gradient. Again the same, I'm just make sure to copy it, Ctrl C, paste it. I'm changing its color to 48 for the red. Green should be kind of 179 and blue should be 52 and rest will be 0. Now take a look. Yep, you can see both color is just matching now, and here we have different color, here we have different, and here I'll be adding different. Now we have to add here animation effect on the hover, so let's do. I'm adding the animation hover effect for the line on the who am I menu button, and second is contact me link button. So again I'm calling link 1, and on this I'm using hover property as a pseudo, and after again the pseudo. I'm just pressing Ctrl D to duplicate. Here we'll change its class name only. Here I'm putting height like 0. Let's have a look. As you can see, when I am putting my mouse pointer over here, we are getting the line just heading, isn't it? Or removing, see here. It's truly amazing, isn't it? Friends, right now we have to work for this portfolio link. Okay, so again we'll do the similar work as I have done earlier. Coming back to the bracket, right now we have the last class called portfolio link. Let me show you. As you can see, portfolio link, I have already designed it earlier. You can see at the top we have portfolio link, isn't it? Right now I have to put some specific style like the upper one there. Portfolio link is having the after property, which is the pseudo. I am adding here content kind of this. Position should be absolute. Transition property, here I am adding all 0.3 second is. Background should be again the linear gradient. I am doing the same as I have done at the very earlier. I am doing the same as I have done earlier. Okay, just putting some different kind of value. You can change it, up to you. As you can see, it's coming up here. Okay, now we will have to work for this before puberty again. Okay, so we have added here after. Now before to this, I am taking extra space and adding here same class called portfolio link. This will be having before puberty like pseudo. Inside this, I'm putting background like white. Colored should be, I'm not adding color here, I'm adding here content which should be empty, and position should be absolute, width should be 5 pixel, height should be 5 pixel again, and border radius kind of 50%, so we'll get circularity there. Top value will be 50%, and right now I'm gonna adding left value 0. Margin should be top right, bottom left 0 0 0, and also the rest will be minus 3 pixel. You can see we are getting here, isn't it? It's kind of cool, but we have to make it hover effect. So again, we have done earlier, as you can see, we have added here, same thing we can do right there to get the things happening. Or I can add here, or just here, I am putting portfolio link, and this will be having the hover after and after properties. Hover and after property. Height should be 0. Wow, it's working really cool, isn't it? So friends, in this class we have done it nicely. So friends, finally we have made it, and it's looking kind of cool, isn't it? If you have any issue regarding this, then let me know. I'll be glad to help you. Friends, previously we have created this beautiful design. Right now we have to make these menus working. Like when we'll click on this, we'll get the section appearing from left to right. When we'll click on this contact me button, we'll get the section appearing from right to left. And when we'll click on this view portfolio, we'll get from very bottom to top. Let's have a look. Friends, you can see I'm clicking on it and we are getting our section appearing from left to right. See, it's working cool, isn't it? If I click on this contact me, we'll get like this. It is just coming from right to left direction. When I'll be clicking on this view portfolio, we'll get from bottom to top. So in this class, very first I'll be working for this button called Who Am I, which is containing the lady image or girl image, its name like Brandy Dewey, and also we have some designation or the basic intro. Okay. So right now we'll be working for this. It is also containing two different kind of background color. You can see here we have yellow color type and here we have this. So we will be working it right now. Coming back to the bracket on the index page, you can see we have contents. Just after this, I'll be working for that menu or the button called Who Am I. Okay, so very first I'm putting class called Who Am I. Inside this, I'm creating a class called contents. This will be having div with a class called name. This will be having the name. before putting the name, I'm taking a span tag. This will be having the first name like Brandy, and also we need some line break in the name. So here I'm putting BR and then the title of the name called do. After this closing div, I'm gonna take different class called text content. This text content will be having the primary and secondary text. Okay, so for that, here I'm putting h2. This will be having a main text like this. Let me indent it beautifully. Okay. Now secondary text we need. So here I'm putting p tag. P tag will be having dummy text. So here I'm mentioning lorem 20 or I'm putting here lorem 30. So we'll get 30 word count there. Okay, and also we need some button there. Let me show you. As you can see, when I'm clicking on this, we are getting this button called back to man, right? So we need to put there, and also we are getting contact me button. So I'll be adding that there. Here we have text content. Just after this, I'm putting two button. So here I'm putting anchor link. Anchor link will be having the button name like back to man. Okay, and again I'm gonna adding anchor link for the secondary text, that is contact, secondary button, that is contact me. We have a class for this contact me as well. You can see at the top we have a contact me class for this contact me. Okay, so just this class I'm gonna adding there. I am pasting inside this contact me link. So this button will be beautifully styled there. Right now I am adding a class here called, you can put any class name but make sure to call the same class in the style.css to style that. Here I am putting back to man. Okay, if I show you, as you can see, for now we are not getting anything. So finally we have worked for the section called who am I, which is containing some emails, button, everything. Now this time we have to style it beautifully. Okay, for styling we will come to the main.css. There we will style it nicely. We have a main class called who am I. This who am I class will be having background color, position, top value, left value, width, height, everything. Inside this I am putting background color kind of this F9 B03E. Position should be absolute, top should be 0, left will be 0, width should be 100%, height should be 100 VH, vertically height, Z index should be 100, and its transition property should be all, its duration or delay will be 0.5 second, and its timing function will be is. Transform should be translate like top to right minus 150%, and rest will be 0. Now I am adding active class on this. So here I am mentioning active, transform and translate 0% and again 0%. Friends, for now if I show you, you can see it is coming like this and it's looking kind of weird, isn't it? Right now we will work for the JavaScript to make it look cool. Coming to the Google, and this time I'm just searching in the Google jQuery CDN. make sure to follow the very first link JQCDN. Now we have bunch of links available. Clicking on this uncompressed and just copying it, https. Okay, I'm just copying and I'll be going there on the bracket, and on the index page we will add this. Going at the very below, first I am removing extra space which we don't need. Here I am putting a script. This will be having the jQuery link, just pasting inside this. Okay. Now I am putting some script, JavaScript functions. Okay. Now I am putting document function which will be having all the active and remove properties. Document.ready function. This is the document.ready function which will be having some active and remove properties to make the things work. Very first I am calling the link1 class which is containing who am I button. If I show you, as you can see, this is the button name who am I which is containing class called link1. So this link1 class I am targeting here, and this is a class, so it will be having dot just before to the class name. Definitely on the click function I am adding some properties from the JavaScript. That is, friends, you might have noticed we have a specific class for this section called who am I, which is having all the contents, name and the text. Okay, so this main class called who am I right now I am calling. Here I am adding add class called active. I have added active class on the style.css to bring it there on the click. Friends, you can see we have anchor link and it is just empty. We have to put has. It means it has got no link. As you can see, it's just coming up, isn't it? It's looking cool, but it's not looking as we have seen there. Don't worry, we'll be working for it. Okay. Finally, the button called who am I working. Right now, we have to styling it nicely there on the style.css. Okay. Now coming back to the main.css, we have added active class here, and which is having translate properties. This is the 0 property which is coming from the left to right direction while clicking on the button called who am I. Now we will work for the pseudo properties on the button called who am I. So here I am adding pseudo property called after. Content should be empty obviously. Position should be absolute, top value 0. Friends, you can keep on changing value. Okay, right will be something like -20%. Width should be 70%, and again I'm going to work for the height to this like 100 VH vertically height. Background color should be EE4266. If you hover over it, you will see the color. It is hot pink. Now we don't need any overflowing there. That's why I'm adding here overflow hidden. Transform should be SQX -15 degrees. So we'll divide the background color there. Transform origin should be 0, 0. Z index 1. If I show you, yep, as you can see, we are getting here this beautiful shape. Friends, you might have noticed we have back to main button here. but it's not looking like this one. Okay, so we'll be working for this as well. First we have to work for this contents. Coming back to the bracket, this time we will target some different class. Here on the index page you can see contents available. So what the code will be? Code will be dot who am I dot contents. Why? Because we have already contents available here. So this time we need to put the parent class, which is who am I, and child class contents. If we don't put this who am I class along with this, then this contents class will be calling there. That's why I'm putting parent class then child class. So here I'm putting who am I. Inside this we have contents class, background position adding here, kind of 22% and bottom. As you can see, it is just shifted here. Okay. Now we'll work for the name. You can see we have a specific class for the name. Then text content. Coming to the main.css, putting main class called who am I. Inside this we have name class. This will be having top property like 10% and left should be 5%. Yep, you can see we are getting adjusted here. Now we have different class, that is content. So right now I'm gonna adding contents here. Actually we have a class called text content. Okay, so here I am adding text content, not contents. Width should be 30%, position should be absolute, top should be 32%, right should be 15%, color should be white. Friends, you can see we are getting here. It's looking cool, isn't it? Now we'll add some padding to this, and also I'll be working for this padding. We'll add some padding to this again. Coming to the bracket, right now we have the heading tag on the index page. You can see we have h2 and this is the p tag. So right now I'm calling h2 tag there. So I am putting here parent class called who am I. Inside this we have h2. If I put just h2 and not the parent class, then all the h2 tag which is available on the index page will be targeted. Okay, so make sure to put the main class called parent class, then inside the child class, then it will be targeted. Here I am putting font weight kind of bold, and also I am adding padding to this like 20 pixel and 0. I'm not adding bold here, I'm just adding 400. It's cool. This h2 is coming inside a class called text content. As you can see here, we have text content. Inside this we have this h2. Again I am duplicating it one more time, and here I am changing this h2 to p, and line height I am adding here, and line height I am adding here something like 1.8, so we'll get some margin from the top. Yep. If I click on this, you can see we are getting everything coming cool. But this back to man button is not working cool. So we'll be aligning it here. Let's do. Here on the index page, or I'm not going anywhere. Simply I'm calling the back to main class. Okay, with the class which I have already created earlier for the button. Let's take a look. We have the class called back to main. So this back to main class I am calling with all the button like who am I, portfolio, contact me together. Here I'm adding back to, this is the class, Control V, and on this hover after. Here again, here I'm just putting comma to separate it, and here again I'm putting, and on this I'm adding before. Just you can see we have added before, so again I am calling the class name just and putting same property for the pseudo like before to this. Now I'm saving it and let you know. Friends, you can see finally it's aligned. If I click on it, okay. Now we have to work for this animation as well. Like when I'm clicking on it, you can see we are getting left to right section appearing. But when I'm clicking back to man, we are not getting just like right to left going. Okay. So for that, I'm just coming back to the bracket, and right now on the index page, we'll make some changes. As you can see, we have a back to main class here. This back to main class, I'm just calling to the JS to make it working. So here I'm putting back to main class. Okay. This will be having click function as well, because when we'll click on that, then it will open, otherwise it will not open. We have who am I class. Okay. This will be removed. This will be exact name. Okay. This should be active. Now I am duplicating it one more time. Friends, here I am adding contact me, which is not created yet. Contact me class is not created for the any section, but here I am putting, and I'll be creating same class name for the section for the contact me. Okay. Again I am duplicating it, and we have portfolio, which is not created yet. Any section for this portfolio is not created yet. Okay. These two class called contact me and portfolio have got no section created yet. We will create. Only we have created this section called who am I, which is right now here. Now we will take a look how back to man is working. Yep. As you can see, when I'm clicking on it, we are getting like this. But we are getting some jerking here. You can see. I'm gonna adding some target. You can see back to man here. This is empty. Right now I'm putting hash for no link. Okay. I have added hash for the no link. Now going to that and take a look. Okay, you can see we are getting appearance beautifully. As we are getting the section appearing, as we are getting going back the section. So friends, finally we have worked for this who am I button, which is working perfectly fine. After that we will have to work for this contact me, or we will work for this view portfolio. I hope you are enjoying it, isn't it? Hi, welcome back. Friends, in the previous class, we have worked for this button called Who Am I? If I click on it, it is just working fine, isn't it? Now in this class, we will work for different button, that is contact me. So let's take a look how this contact me button work. As you can see, we have contact me. Right now I'm just clicking on it and we are getting our page or section appearing from right to left direction. Let's have a look. So in this class, we will create this beautiful section called Contact Me. It's truly amazing, isn't it? It is containing one side background color, this side we have the image, and also we have some text input area basically for the contact part. Okay, so let's do. Right now I'm just on the bracket on the index page. Okay, you can see who am I section is created here. Just after this we'll create different kind of section. Okay, so here I am putting contact me. This contact me section will be having all the contact part. Inside this I am putting form. This form will be having another class that is top. Inside this I am putting heading tag like h2. This will be having some text. Okay, we need this text, so I'm just copying it and I'll be putting there definitely. Inside this heading tag I am pasting. Now I'll be indenting it beautifully. Okay, after h2 I'm gonna having some different class. Okay, so here I am putting contact info. This will be having input area. Very first I am taking p tag for the icons. Here I am adding class called phone. Inside this I am taking I tag. This will be having font or some icon. So fa dash phone. Okay, so we'll get phone icon there. Now we need some number. So I'm just putting like this. Again just I'm taking a space. Okay, and this p tag I'm just duplicating one more time by pressing Ctrl D. Here we will change its class name. Just I removed that. Only will change the class which is coming inside the I tag. Here we need envelope icon like mail type. Here we will put the ID. For now if I show you, as you can see it's not working anything because we did not add any link to this contact me. That's why it's not working. Don't worry, once we designed we'll make it working. As you can see we are getting bunch of line spaces. Just delete it. After this top class we'll create form, and form will be having all the inputs. Here I am mentioning form. This will be having the action. I'm just removing it. Inside the input we'll put type for the text, placeholder, everything. Here I'm adding some class. Okay, class something like width 50. So here I'm adding w50 and fl. This class called w50 and fl will put some clearance in the style.css to remove the privileges. Here I am putting required. Again we need the input box for the email, so just duplicating it. Here I am changing its type to email. Placeholder should be email as well. Class I'm changing here fr. Okay, and this should be required too. After this I am putting a specific class for the clearance. floating clearance. So here I am mentioning clear. This clear class will add in the style.css to put some floating. Okay. Now we need the button. Like you can see here, we have some button here. Actually we have designed your name, your email, subject and text area. We will have to work now. Then we will work for the button. So let's do. After the clear, I am putting input and its type will be text. Again, its placeholder should be subject and it will be required. Now we need the text area or comment box. So for that I am putting here text area. This will be having some placeholder again. We have added here text area. Now we need the button like send button. So what I am doing, I am mentioning here input. This will be having its type called submit and value should be send. So we'll get send button there. If I show you, I'm going to the newer file and you can see I'm clicking on it and we are not getting anything because we did not define any specific properties for the contact me yet. Okay. Now we need to add the back to main button. As you can see here, we are getting back to main. So this back to main class we will be adding to the contact section as well to go back. So we have form here. Just after this form, I am taking anchor link and this anchor link will be having the button name like back to main, and just I am putting a class which I have already designed in the previous class called back to main. Let me show you. As you can see, we have a class for the back to main specific back to main. So this class I'm just calling there, then it will be styled beautifully, isn't it? Now inside the href I am putting has, it means it has got no link. Now what I'm doing, I have to link this contact me right now to see is it applying there or not. So going at the very below, you can see we have link 1 who am I. Simply we will make its duplicacy one time by pressing Ctrl D. Only will change its ID, only will change its class name. Okay, it's very easy. We'll do right now. As you can see, we have all the buttons available here like who am I, contact me, view portfolio. This contact me class or the name is containing a specific class called contact me. So I'm just copying it and I'll be putting there inside the JavaScript right now here. So contact me link I have just added here. Now we need to find the main section class. So we have main section right now, that is contact me. Right now I am copying it, okay, and just pasting here. Control V. Now we'll take a look. Now we have to add some background to this, okay. So we'll be doing that in the style.css. Okay, we have main.css here. Inside the main.css very first class we are calling there, that is contact me. Okay, so I'm going at the very below. Here I'm mentioning contact me. This will be having some background color and everything. Background color should be something different like E4 266. Now I'm gonna adding some position to this like absolute. Top value should be 0 and so on. I'm adding the left value right now and then I'm adding here width something around 100%. Height should be 100 vs, that is vertically height. Now I'm going to adding z index and this will be 101. Transition should be something like as we have done earlier. I'm adding here all the properties for this transition is supposed to be all, and its delay should be 0.5 second, and its timing function should be ease. You can even use here ease in, ease out, fade in, fade out, and linear kind of. Now I'm adding here transform, translate. Friends, this is a property which I'm adding here. This will decide in which direction you will be having the section. Alright. Say for example, I want to get the section appearing there from the right to left direction. So here this translate will be having the properties from the for the direction. Okay. So here I have added translate. Now I am putting 150% and also 0%. It means it will be coming just from the right to left direction. Let's have a look till now what we have done. We need to add active class for this. You might have noticed on the index page we have active class as well. See here, we have the add class called active which will just link the things. Here I am coming on the main.css. Right now I am calling the main class called contact me. Inside this I am putting active class which will make it activated. Right now I am adding transform, then translate 0%, again 0%. Let's have a look. As you can see, when I am clicking on this button called contact me, we are getting our section appearing from right to left, isn't it? It's working perfectly fine. Now we have to style it beautifully. We have to push this button just at the very right side here with beautiful animation, and also we have to adjust all the input bar right here. This side I am adding some background image, this side will be having some background color. Okay, so let's do. For this we will use some pseudo property like after. So we have a class called contact me which is the parent class. Contact me, this will be having the pseudo property called after. Now I am putting content, that should be empty obviously, position should be absolute, top should be 0, right should be minus 20%. Actually I have to divide two sections there, first for the background image and second for the color, background color. Now I am adding some width like 70%. It's up to you how much width and height you need there. Now I am putting height to this like 100 vh. Background color again 540 D60. Overflow hidden, transform origin 0 and 0, center 50-50 center. Okay, z index 1. Now I'm gonna adding some background image URL. This time I'm locating my image. My image is available inside the folder named images and the image name is cont.png. Now I'm putting some background repetition to this like no repeat, and background should be cover, so it will occupy whole area there. As you can see, this picture is just adjusted beautifully, isn't it? And it's working. Okay, now we have to work for this form. So we have contact me class. Inside this we have bunch of classes available. Right now I am targeting this one. So coming back to the main.css, I'm just pasting here class, main class, then I am adding form which is coming inside the contact me class. I am adding position like relative, z index should be 2 and color should be white. This time we need to add some padding to this like 140 pixel from top to right, bottom to left will be 100 pixel. These properties I am putting on the basis of TRBL, top right bottom left. After this we have another class that is called top. So this time we have to target this top class. So here I am mentioning contact me top. This place should be flex, and also I am adding here padding bottom 20 pixel. If I show you, yes, you can see it is kind of adjusting. Okay, don't worry, we will make it exactly. Now we need to target the heading tag like h2, which is right now here, you can see. So I'm just targeting the main class called contact me. Inside this we have h2 heading tag, which will be having font size and weight everything. Font weight kind of 400 because I have added a font family called Poppins, which is containing just 400 as a normal font weight. Now adding padding 20 pixel from top to right and rest will be 0. Width should be 50%. As you can see, this is got divided here beautifully. Now we have to working for this one. So we have contact info class. Just coming to the main.css, calling parent class. Inside this we have child class that is contact info. Text align right. Width should be 50%. As you can see, this has got fixed, isn't it? Now we have to work for the icon. So icon class is already existing here, font, and we have envelope. So let's do. We have font class. Font size 33 pixel, font weight kind of bold, and also I'm adding padding top 20 pixel. As you can see, it is coming up here. And we have envelope as well, okay. Right now I'm targeting p tag. You can see here we have p tag for the envelope, so I have just targeted it. Now we have got some padding here. Now we have to also target the envelope icon, which is here inside the I tag. So the code will be pi. The main class contact me, then we have contact info, p and I. This will be having font size 18 pixel and color should be kind of hex color code. Margin right 8 pixel. We are getting the icon here, but I think we need to put white color. That will look cool. Now we have to work for the input, which is just available here. See, it's looking kind of weird, isn't it? Now we have to adjust it beautifully. Coming back to the bracket on the index page, we'll take a look where it is available. You can see we have form section. Inside this we have input coming up. So right now we have to work for the text input. Let's do. Coming to the main.css, mentioning here main class contact me. Inside this we have form and then input. Now I'm targeting its type, that will be text. Now font family I am adding here something around Poppins and sans serif, which I have linked already. Width should be 100%. border will be none. If you want outline, then it's okay. If not, then simply put outline none. Padding 15 pixel, 30 pixel. And also I'm putting display called block. And font size 14 pixel, and background I'm adding here something like transparent. So here I'm mentioning RGBA, red, green, blue, alpha. Red value will be 255, 255 for the green, blue will be 255, and again 0.20 for the transparency for the alpha. Color like white, I am putting margin bottom 35 pixel. As you can see, all the text area has got increased, isn't it? We have to also target the email ID. So I have email here and I'm just removing it and mentioning a text. Yep, you can see your name, your email and subject has got fixed. Only we will have to work for this comment box. Okay. FL should be used for the floating. Coming to the main.css, right now we have to call the main class called contact me. Inside this I have form, and then we have width 50 class, which I am gonna using here width like 49%, and it will be important. Friends, most of the times your code will not work, then make sure to use important properties to remove all the privileges and it will start working. As you can see, it's coming like this. Right now we have to work for the FL class, which is available on the same input here. So coming back to the main.css, right now I'm just duplicating it by pressing Ctrl D and changing its class only. Here I'm mentioning FL, and this will be having float left. After that we have FR for the float right. As you can see here, we have FR. This W50 is common in both. You can see here only FR and FL is different. Right now I'm calling FR to put float right. Just changing this class FL to FR and putting float called right. Now we have another class that is clear. So we have to remove all the floating right now. Duplicating it and mentioning here clear class, which is available there. Here I am adding clear called both. Friends, you can see the placeholder called your name, your email subject is not visible enough. This is coming like something dark color. Now we have to add white color to this placeholder. So let's do. Here on the index page, very first class calling here, that is contact me. Inside that I am adding all the text area properties and the placeholder properties. We have contact me. Inside this we have form, and then input. This will be having some type called text, and also I'm adding here placeholder, that is pseudo as well. Now I'm duplicating it one more time by pressing Ctrl D, and again we are gonna targeting the text area which is coming there. So I'm removing this part mentioning here text area. Now I'm putting color like white and font weight something like 400. Yep, you can see it has got changed. Okay, now we have to work for the text area. You can see it is not looking cool. So we have to work now. So we have a specific input that is called text area on the index page. Let me show you. You can see we have text area. This text area, I'm just calling there to put some width and height, everything. Okay, so we have main class called contact me. Inside this we have the form and then text area. Right now I'm adding font family, that should be Poppins and sans serif. Right now putting width 100%, height should be 120 pixel, border is none, outline again the none, padding should be 15 pixel from top to right and rest will be 30 pixel, display block, font size 14 pixel. Now I'm adding some background to this. Again the same, we have added here background called this, so I'm just copying it. Okay, coming just below here I am adding it. Color like white, margin bottom 35 pixel. So finally we have worked for all the inputs which is available here. Now we have to work for the submit button. Okay, so let's do. Main class we have contact me. Inside this we have the form and form is having input and input is containing the type called submit. Submit is the button name. Right now you can see we have type, it's type submit, and this type submit I'm just including here. I'm adding background color. I'm again using hex color code. I'm adding font size, padding, border, outline, cursor, everything just adding right now. Border will be none obviously. If you want to keep the border there, then it's up to you totally. Outline should be none. Cursor pointer. Font family again the same called Poppins. Color I am putting white and font weight again the same like 400. As you can see we have the nice button available now. Now we have to work for this back to main button. We have to shift right here. Okay, so we'll do. We have back to main class. Let me show you. You can see we have back to main class here. I'm calling this right now. I'm mentioning contact me and then back to main. I'm adding here color like this F8 B9 or B334. Left should be 100% important, and I'm adding a margin left to this like -65 pixel, and we have to adjust it very right side. I'm gonna adding here transform and translate properties. -50% top right, bottom left will be -50%, and rotation should be -90 degree. So it will be rotated there. As you can see, it's coming up here. Yep, it's working perfectly fine, isn't it? So friends, in this class we have worked for this beautiful contact me section. I hope you enjoyed it, isn't it? If you have got any issue regarding this, then feel free to ask me. I'll be glad to help you. Hi, welcome back friends. In the previous class, we have worked for this contact me button. See, it's working cool, isn't it? Friends, you can notice when I am clicking on this, who am I? We are getting this section appearing. But when I am clicking on this contact me, you can see it is not appearing. So we have to fix it. And also we will add two dot right here just after the head. Okay. So I'm going at the top. Okay. And you can see we have contact me link. And we have to put here no links, that means has. Okay, if I show you, let's click on this button called who am I. It's working. If I click on it, now it is working. Previously it's not working, only this button working, and on this position, on this section, if I click on this, that time it's not working, but now it's working cool. Okay. Friends, in this class, we'll be working for this button called view portfolio. Let me show you how it's look like. As you can see, we have view portfolio. If I click on it, we are getting this page appearing from bottom to top. See, it's truly amazing, isn't it? So in this class, we will create this view portfolio section or page. So let's do. Very first, I'm going at the very top. You can see we have UI UX head. Just here, I'm adding two dots to make it look cool. Okay, now we have to work for the portfolio. So we'll be doing right now. Going at the very below, as you can see, we have this tab which is containing the contact me. Now we'll remove extra space which we don't need now. Okay, just here we have to work for the portfolio, taking extra space, mentioning here class called portfolio. This portfolio class will be having all the images and everything. Here I am putting class called plist. This class is not existing anywhere. Now I am taking UL, li will be having the image. So I am doing inlining a style. So here I am mentioning a style, background image. This will be having URL. Now I am locating my image. My image name is image1 and this. Now inside this li I am putting anchor link. This anchor link will be having the span tag for the text. Here I am putting some dummy text. Okay, if I show you, let me show you. As you can see, we are not getting anything. You know why? Because we have to just make this portfolio class linked there on the JavaScript, and also we have to create active class to make it activated. Very first, we will make all the HTML5 markup done, then we will work for the styling. Let me duplicate it multiple times as much we need. So just selecting, pressing Ctrl D, it's been duplicated. Okay, now we'll change its name only, that is image2 and this. Now we have worked for the first row, which is containing three images in three different columns. Right now we'll do the rest 3 column just below to the upper row. So we have eval tag right now. What we'll do, we'll just duplicate it one more time from start eval to end eval. So just I am selecting like this, copying it and just pasting here. Wow. Now we'll change its name. Here I am mentioning for only will change its span text. So finally we have worked for the UL. Now we have to work for the button like back to man and contact me. So here I am putting anchor link. This will be having the button name called back to man. And also I am putting its class as well. So finally we have worked for the portfolio. If I show you, still will not get anything. You know why? Because we did not create any styling and also we did not call any JavaScript function for this portfolio. Okay, so let's work for the JavaScript first. Or I'm gonna working for the styling to style it nicely. Then we'll go for the rest element. Very first I'm coming to the main.css and calling the main class called portfolio. Portfolio. I am mentioning a background color to this like F4 0dex D6E. Position absolute. Top should be 0. Left will be 0. This time I am adding width height Z index. Width something around 100%. Height should be 100 VH. Z index 100. Transition all 0.5 second is. Now I am adding transform translate Y and 150%. Now I am calling the active class to activate it in the JavaScript. So here I am mentioning portfolio active. This will be having transform translate 0% and 0%. Now only will link this active class there. Here on the index page, right now I am on the script, just duplicating it one more time by pressing Ctrl D. Only will change its class name. You can see we have portfolio link. This is the class which we will link there. Here. And second, the section which containing the portfolio class. So here I am mentioning portfolio. Now let's have a look. Yep, you can see it is just coming like this. Even all the button is beautifully coming up. Now I am putting has here. That's look like it has got no link. Yep. All working cool, isn't it? Okay. Now we have to make all the images look cool here. As you can notice in the older file, we have the image in two different column, and each column actually we have two row which containing the column. You can see here we have first row which containing 3 columns and 3 images. Second row we have here and it is containing the column with 3 images. So likely this we have to done. And also we have to put 2 background color for this blue color and this yellow kind of color. Okay, and also we have to put this shape called a skew. So we'll do. Now let's come on the main.css. Okay, and now we have to add the background color. So for that what I am doing, I am mentioning here after property from the pseudo. Here I am mentioning portfolio after from the pseudo. Now adding content, position absolute, top should be 0, right should be minus 20%, width should be 70%. This will be having the skew property to get some shape there dividation actually. Here I am mentioning width 70% and also I am adding here height 100 VH, background color. Now I am putting overflow hidden and transform property with SQX like minus 15 degree. It's up to you, you can put even more or even decrease its value. Transform origin 0 0 and z index should be 1. Yep, you can see we are getting two different background. Here we have different and here we have different as well. Okay. I'm changing its color. Or we will add later on, we will add some gradient color here, don't worry. Now I'm going to the index page and we need to know which class we have to work. Friends, very first we have worked for this portfolio. Now I'm going to work for this plist. Coming to the main.css, mentioning the main class called portfolio. Inside this we have plist class. This will be having padding like 195 pixel and also I'm going to adding 210 pixel top right bottom left value, position like relative z index 2. Inside the plist we have another tag or we have tag actually ul. So here I am mentioning that portfolio we have plist. Inside this we have ul tag. Now I am putting display properties to this like flex and margin bottom 30 pixel. If I show you in the browser, yes, you can see it is coming up like this, but the image is not visible yet. Inside the ul tag we have another tag that is called li. So just duplicating it, mentioning here ul li, and we will change its property as well. Here I am mentioning 360 pixel and height should be 270 pixel. And now I am gonna adding background repeat like no repeat, and also I'm gonna adding some background size to this like cover, margin right 30 pixel, position like relative, and also I'm adding list style none, so we'll not get any bullet icon there. Yep, you can see it has got aligned beautifully. Now we have to work for the hover state over it. So when we'll put our mouse pointer over this, we'll get some hover with background color. Now we'll add here pseudo property called last child on the li. So I'm just copying this part here, pasting below, mentioning here pseudo property called last child, margin right 0. Now we have to work for the hover state. You can see we have anchor link which is containing a span tag for the text. Okay, So right now I am calling anchor link. So what the code will be? Code will be, let me show you. Here we have portfolio, which is the parent class, then we have child class called plist, and then anchor link will come. So dot portfolio dot plist a. Here I am putting display like block. Width should be 100%, and again I am going to adding minimum height to this like 100%, and we are adding here position like relative. Now inside the anchor link we have another tag that is called a span tag. So just I am targeting the span tag right now. Mentioning here position absolute, bottom should be 10 pixel, and now I am adding z index 10, font size 24 pixel, padding should be 20 pixel, and here I am adding font weight called bold, color should be white, visibility should be hidden, and also I'm adding opacity like 0, so it will come by having some smoothness there. And also I'm adding filter like alpha. This will be having some transition property like all, and its delay like 0.6 second, and its property like is. As you can see, still we are not getting any hover state. Don't worry, we will bring all the hover effect on it. On the anchor link, I am using before as a pseudo. This will be having content, position, top value, left value, right, bottom, z index, background, everything. So let's put. Here I am adding visibility like hidden. Now we'll add some hover effect over it. Okay. So let's do. Very first I am calling the li tag, which is coming inside the portfolio class. We have plist class. Inside this we have li. On the li I am using hover state, and on the anchor link again I am using hover state. Now I am putting opacity like 0.7, and now I am putting filter, visibility, everything. Visibility should be visible, and also I am adding here opacity. So just make sure to copy from the upper part, paste inside this, change its value. Now again I'm adding a portfolio. This time only we'll use the hover on the li. Okay, so I'm mentioning plist. Portfolio is the parent class, plist is the child and secondary class, and inside the plist we have li. On the li I'm using hover, and plist li containing also the anchor link, and anchor link is having the span tag. Here see, we have anchor link. This anchor link is containing the span tag, so we are calling there. Visibility, visible, and also I'm gonna adding opacity like 1, and filter again the same. Now here I'm adding before properties on the pseudo. Yep, you can see we are getting nice hover effect right now. So friends, finally we have created almost all the section and the pages beautifully. Now we have to add here a video thumbnail which will be working definitely, and also we'll add some social media icon here. It's very easy, we'll do that in the next class. So till then stay tuned. If you have any issue regarding this, then feel free to ask. I'll be glad to help you. Hi, welcome back friends. In the previous class, we have worked for this contact me button. See, it's working cool, isn't it? Friends, you can notice when I am clicking on this, who am I? We are getting this section appearing. But when I am clicking on this contact me, you can see it is not appearing. So we have to fix it. And also we will add two dot right here just after the head. Okay. So I'm going at the top. Okay. And you can see we have contact me link. And we have to put here no links, that means has. Okay, if I show you, let's click on this button called who am I. It's working. If I click on it, now it is working. Previously it's not working, only this button working, and on this position, on this section, if I click on this, that time it's not working, but now it's working cool. Okay. Friends, in this class, we'll be working for this button called View Portfolio. Let me show you how it's look like. As you can see, we have View Portfolio. If I click on it, we are getting this page appearing from bottom to top. See, it's truly amazing, isn't it? So in this class, we will create this View Portfolio section or page. So let's do. Very first, I'm going at the very top. You can see we have UI UX head. Just here, I'm adding two dots to make it look cool. Okay, now we have to work for the portfolio. So we'll be doing right now. Going at the very below, as you can see, we have this tip which is containing the contact me. Now we'll remove extra space which we don't need now. Okay, just here we have to work for the portfolio, taking extra space, mentioning here class called portfolio. This portfolio class will be having all the images and everything. Here I am putting class called plist. This class is not existing anywhere. Now I am taking UL, li will be having the image. So I am doing inlining a style. So here I am mentioning a style, background image. This will be having URL. Now I am locating my image. My image name is image1 and this. Now inside this li I am putting anchor link. This anchor link will be having the span tag for the text. Here I am putting some dummy text. Okay, if I show you, let me show you. As you can see, we are not getting anything. You know why? Because we have to just make this portfolio class linked there on the JavaScript, and also we have to create active class to make it activated. Very first, we will make all the HTML5 markup done, then we will work for the styling. Let me duplicate it multiple times as much we need. So just selecting, pressing Ctrl D, it's been duplicated. Okay, now we'll change its name only, that is image2 and this. Now we have worked for the first row, which is containing three images in three different column, right? Now we'll do the rest three column just below to the upper row. So we have UL tag right now. What we'll do, we'll just duplicate it one more time from start UL to end UL. So just I am selecting like this, copying it and just pasting here. Wow. Now we'll change its name. Here I am mentioning for only will change its span text. So finally we have worked for the UL. Now we have to work for the button like back to man and contact me. So here I am putting anchor link. This will be having the button name called back to main. And also I am putting its class as well. So finally we have worked for the portfolio. If I show you, still will not get anything. You know why? Because we did not create any styling and also we did not call any JavaScript function for this portfolio. Okay, so let's work for the JavaScript first. Or I'm gonna working for the styling to style it nicely. Then we'll go for the rest element. Very first I'm coming to the main.css and calling the main class called portfolio. Portfolio. I am mentioning a background color to this like F4 0 dex D6E. Position absolute. Top should be 0. Left will be 0. This time I am adding width height z index. Width something around 100%. Height should be 100 VH. Z index 100. Transition all 0.5 second is. Now I'm adding transform, translate y and 150%. Now I'm calling the active class to activate it in the JavaScript. So here I'm mentioning portfolio active. This will be having transform, translate 0% and 0%. Now only will link this active class there. Here on the index page, right now I am on the script, just duplicating it one more time by pressing Ctrl D. Only will change its class name. You can see we have portfolio link. This is the class which we will link there. Here. And second, the section which containing the portfolio class. So here I am mentioning portfolio. Now let's have a look. Yep, you can see it is just coming like this. Even all the button is beautifully coming up. Now I am putting has here. That's look like it has got no link. Yep. All working cool, isn't it? Okay. Now we have to make all the images look cool here. As you can notice in the older file, we have the emails in two different columns, and each actually we have two row which containing the column. You can see here we have first row which containing three columns and three images. Second row we have here and it is containing the column with three images. So likely this we have to done, and also we have to put two background color for this blue color and this yellow kind of color. Okay, and also we have to put this shape called skew. So we will do Now let's come on the main.css. Okay, and now we have to add the background color. So for that, what I am doing, I am mentioning here after property from the pseudo. Here I am mentioning portfolio after from the pseudo. Now adding content, position absolute, top should be 0, right should be minus 20%, width should be 70%. This will be having the skew property to get some shape deo dividation actually. Here I am mentioning width 70% and also I am adding here height 100 VH, background color. Now I am putting overflow hidden and transform property with SQX like minus 15 degree. It's up to you, you can put even more or even decrease its value. Transform origin 0 0 and z index should be 1. Yep, you can see we are getting two different background. Here we have different and here we have different as well. Okay. I'm changing its color. Or we will add later on, we will add some gradient color here, don't worry. Now I'm going to the index page and we need to know which class we have to work. Friends, very first we have worked for this portfolio. Now I'm going to work for this plist. Coming to the main.css, mentioning the main class called portfolio. Inside this we have plist class. This will be having padding like 195 pixel and also I'm gonna adding 210 pixel top right bottom left value, position like relative z index 2. Inside the plist we have another tag or we have tag actually ul. So here I'm mentioning that portfolio we have plist. Inside this we have ul tag. Now I am putting display properties to this like flex and margin bottom 30 pixel. If I show you in the browser, yes, you can see it is coming up like this, but the image is not visible yet. Inside the ul tag we have another tag that is called li. So just duplicating it, mentioning here ul li, and we will change its property as well. Here I am mentioning 360 pixel and height should be 270 pixel. And now I am gonna adding background repeat like no repeat, and also I'm gonna adding some background size to this like cover, margin right 30 pixel, position like relative, and also I'm adding list style none, so we'll not get any bullet icon there. Yep, you can see it has got aligned beautifully. Now we have to work for the hover state over it. So when we'll put our mouse pointer over this, we'll get some hover with background color. Now we'll add here pseudo property called last child on the li. So I'm just copying this part here, pasting below, mentioning here pseudo property called last child, margin right 0. Now we have to work for the hover state. You can see we have anchor link which is containing a span tag for the text. Okay. So right now I am calling anchor link. So what the code will be? Code will be, let me show you. Here we have portfolio which is the parent class. Then we have child class called plist, and then anchor link will come. So dot portfolio dot plist a. Here I am putting display like block. Width should be 100%, and again I am going to adding minimum height to this like 100%, and we are adding here position like relative. Now inside the anchor link we have another tag that is called a span tag. So just I'm targeting the span tag right now. Mentioning here position absolute, bottom should be 10 pixel, and now I'm adding z index 10, font size 24 pixel, padding should be 20 pixel, and here I am adding font weight called bold, color should be white, visibility should be hidden, and also I'm adding opacity like 0, so it will come by having some smoothness 0, and also I'm adding filter like alpha. This will be having some transition property like all, and its delay like 0.6 second, and its property like is. As you can see, still we are not getting any hover state. Don't worry, we will bring all the hover effect on it. On the anchor link, I am using before as a pseudo. This will be having content, position, top value, left value, right, bottom, z index, background, everything. So let's put. Here I am adding visibility like hidden. Now we'll add some hover effect over it. Okay, so let's do. Very first I'm calling the li tag, which is coming inside the portfolio class. We have plist class. Inside this we have li. On the li I'm using hover state, and on the anchor link again I'm using hover state. Now I'm putting opacity like 0.7, and now I'm putting filter, visibility, everything. Visibility should be visible, and also I'm adding here opacity. So just make sure to copy from the upper part, paste inside this, change its value. Now again I'm adding a portfolio. This time only we'll use the hover on the li. Okay, so I'm mentioning plist. Portfolio is the parent class, plist is the child and secondary class, and inside the plist we have li. On the li I'm using hover, and plist li containing also the anchor link, and anchor link is having the span tag. Here see, we have anchor link. This anchor link is containing the span tag, so we are calling there. Visibility, visible, and also I'm gonna adding opacity like 1, and filter again the same. Now here I'm adding before properties on the pseudo. Yep, you can see we are getting nice hover effect right now. So friends, finally we have created almost all the section and the pages beautifully. Now we have to add here a video thumbnail which will be working definitely, and also we'll add some social media icon here. It's very easy. We'll do that in the next class. So till then, stay tuned. If you have any issue regarding this, then feel free to ask. I'll be glad to help you. Hi, welcome back friends. In the previous class, we have created all the pages beautifully. See here. If I click on the contact me, we are getting the contact me coming up. If I click on this, you can see it's working. And we have view portfolio. all the pages and the slides are working cool. Now in this class we will be working for these menus like home, blog, pages, freelance, gallery, contact. So let's take a look how these menus will perform. Friends, if I click on these menus, you can see we are getting nice pop-up with beautiful section arranged. See, it's looking kind of cool, isn't it? So in this class, we'll make all the menus working perfectly fine. Okay, when we'll click on the respective menu, we'll get our section appearing by getting some pop-up animation effect. See here. It's truly amazing, isn't it? So friends, in this class, we are gonna creating this beautiful pop-up section appearing animation effect. All the menus are working fine. See, we are getting some transition when we'll click on the menus, and also we'll get some pop-up effect. See here. So friends, in this class we are gonna creating this. For creating this we need Bootstrap CSS plugin and JavaScript plugin for the Bootstrap. Okay, so let's do. Simply come to the Google, right, and search getbootstrap.com. After searching, you will be getting this page as I am getting right now. Make sure to click on the button available at the very right side called download. Click on it. Now you can see it has got some version here at the right side top corner. Bootstrap version 5.1. Simply click on the arrow and select this version 3.4.1. Now here we'll take some CDN link, right? So as you can see, very first we are getting download Bootstrap and we have getting started. Click on this menu called getting started. Simply scroll the page and we have Bootstrap CDN right here. Simply make sure to copy this hyperreference. Okay, so I'm just pressing right mouse button and copying it. Coming back to the bracket, going at the top, and we have main.css. Just before to this, I'll be putting link which will be having the hyperreference which we have copied earlier. Simply paste inside this hyperreference. Now we need its JavaScript file. So again I'm coming back to the Google, and at the very last we have bootstrap.min.js. This is the minified version actually. Simply make sure to copy this source and coming back to the bracket, going at the very down just before to the body or after to the jQuery CDN plugin, I'll be linking it. You can see we have jQuery here. Just after this I am mentioning a script giving a source, and inside this source I am pasting the copied bootstrap CDN link for the JavaScript. If I show you, as you can see, this text has got shifted at the below. We have to arrange it beautifully. And if I click on these menus, we are also getting some hover effect with underline. So we'll be arranging everything beautifully. And you can see if I click on this, there's button like who am I, view portfolio, contact me, all are working kind of cool, isn't it? So very first, what we have to do, we have to work for this menus like blog, pages, freelance, gallery, contact, and home is already appeared here. Okay, so we will not work for the home menu. Okay, and also we'll have to fix this deleter at the center to this designer. So coming back to the main.css here, and what we'll do, we'll find its class. We have a class called profession. Let me show you on the index page where we have to make the changes. As you can see, we have this D. which is coming inside the span tag. So what the code will be? Code will be dot profession span. Then this D will be targeted. There we'll add some margin in the minus, so we'll get some adjustment beautifully. Here we have top value. Now I'm just increasing it something around 30 pixel more. Then it will become 160 in the minus. As you can see, it has got shifted. Now we need even more. So let's do. Okay. Friends, right now you can see I am hovering over the menus and we are getting some color for the menus, and also we are getting underline, which we don't need here. Simply we need to remove this hover and also we'll remove the underline. Okay, so going at the very top, right, you can see we have added a, and inside this we are added here text decoration. Right now what we'll do, I'm just putting comma, mentioning here anchor link on the hover. We don't need any underline there. Okay, and also we don't need any color changing, so again I'm remaining it white. Okay, if I show you, as you can see, only the hover is affecting here, but the underline has got removed, isn't it? For the hover, I'm just scrolling and I'll let you know why we are getting. You can see we have nav eval li a hover. If I remove it, then we'll get no hover there. Or if I simply change its color like this, then we'll get white color to the text on the hover. See, we are not getting any underline and also we are not getting any color to these menus, isn't it? Okay. So very first what we need to do, we need to make these menus working. Like when we click on this menu called blog or the pages or the freelancer, we will get our section appearing by getting some pop-up animation effect. Okay, so let's do. Friends, I am just increasing its value, like left value for the deleter which is coming there. I am making it something around 75%. So we'll get some adjustment there, or we need to decrease its value like 62 pixel or the percent. Yeah, it's looking kind of cool, isn't it? Okay, so let's work for these menus. Very first I am working for this blog. Coming back to the index page, there we'll call some classes from the bootstrap. Okay, that will be supposed to be model. Okay, now I'm just arranging all the section which are coming here in one line, because we have to scroll most of the times, so it will create an issue, like we'll have to go very down by scrolling. If I arrange like this, then we will definitely save our time to go to the respective section. Okay, just after this social buttons area, what we will do, we will start working for the blog menu. Very first I am calling the class called model. Let me take here extra space. Okay, here I am putting model, which is the class from the bootstrap. It is predefined. I am not gonna defining it anywhere in the style.css because it's already defined. Okay, now I'm adding a property called fade. So when we'll click on the button, then or the menu, we will get fading effect there. Now we need the ID to link with the menu's name. So here I am putting ID name called blog model. You can put any kind of ID name, it's up to you totally, but make sure to call the same ID in the respective menu to make that linked. Okay, now I'm putting tab index like -1. All the properties like tab index and kind of model and fade is coming from bootstrap. Okay, only this ID is I am making it as a custom. Now coming inside this model, we are having some class called model dialog. Model dialog, this is predefined already, which we have linked already. Now I am putting custom underscore model. This is the custom class. We will style it later on in the style.css. Now coming inside this, we need the content. So here I am putting modal content which is from the bootstrap again. Now we need some line breaks. So here I am adding BR 2 times. You can even add margin top to the respective class in the style.css to put some margin and the padding there. It's up to you. Now we need some modal body. This modal body will be having the row and also it will be having column to put all the respective sections. So here I am mentioning row. This modal body, row and the column what I'm gonna using right now all are coming from bootstrap library called bootstrap.min.css, and we are also calling the jQuery attribute from the bootstrap.min.js which is linked in the very below to the jQuery CDN. Let me show you. You can see here bootstrap.min.js. Okay, inside the row I am putting column like col mg2. Col means column, MD means medium, and 2 column we are having with medium size. Friends, Bootstrap allows us 12 column to create. You can create 12 column for a one row, or you can create multiple columns, but make sure to divide 12 column by that much column. Say for example, you need one row and inside the one row you need 3 column equally divided, so you must have to divide 12 by 3, then you will be having 4. So each column will be supposed to be 4 column like col md4 col md4 col md4, then it will be 12 column equally divided in one row likely this. So here I am adding col md2. This col md2 will be having h2 which is the heading tag, and also I am putting some class like model head. Now I am putting a style to this. This time I am doing inlining style. So here I am putting margin top, something around -30 pixel. So we'll get some margin there. Now I am putting the title like model head title like blog. If I show you, as you can see we are not getting because we did not define beautifully. Okay. So we have added col mg2 and we have row. After the row ending, I am gonna putting p tag. This p tag will be having the button. So here I am mentioning button. This type will be button as well. And also I am gonna adding some class to this like close. This will be having close icon there. And also I am putting some custom class here called close modal button. Okay, this close modal button will use in the style.css to put background color and the font color to be changing. Okay, now I am putting here some attribute from the jQuery that is called data dismiss like modal. Now inside this button we will put some code for the cross icon there for the closing. So here I am taking a span tag. This span tag will be having this code called end% times. You can see we will get cross icon there. Okay. After the p tag ending, I am taking extra space and here as well. Now we need to add some content area which will be having the image and the text. If I show you, you will be having the understanding. See here. If I click on this block, you can see we are getting this pattern like dotted. Also we are getting this text called blog with beautiful gradient background, and also we are getting this image, and on the hover we are getting shadow. See here at the bottom. Then we have this text. Okay. So for this we'll add all the text and the image inside the modal content. Okay, or the content area. So here I am putting content area which will be the class. Inside this content area I am putting row. Row will be having some line break. Now I am putting some class for the column, like this time we need 6 column. Okay, this 6 column will be having the text and the rest column will be having the image. Okay, so inside this col lg6 I am putting image first. So I am taking image. This will be having the folder name or the file name. So here I am putting images1.png. It has got some size like 1024 by 767 pixels. You can put this size best image there. Okay, So we have added image inside the column. Now I am again taking rest 6 column like col lg6. Okay, this col lg6 will be having the text. So here I am putting h3. This h3 will be having the class called heading content. Friends, you can put any class name, it's up to you totally again. So here I am putting the text. Now we will have to work for the secondary text like p tag I am using here, and this p tag will be having the secondary text. For this we'll go to the older file here and simply I'll be making a copy of this to this. Simply we'll be putting there and calling the class. Okay, I am coming back to the bracket inside the p tag. I am pasting and then we will arrange it beautifully. Now I am removing this. Okay, you can put any dummy text, it's up to you. This p tag will be closing here because we need two secondary text. So here I am putting p tag and also I am starting the p tag for the rest paragraph text. So we have added two p tag, one for this text and one for this text. Now you might have noticed there we are getting some icons. Here you can see we have this check icon and also we are getting some text available here. So for this we'll add eval tag and eval will be having all the things nicely there. So just after the p tag I am taking extra space. Okay, let me remove these spaces or just leave it. Here I am taking a space and decreasing its sizes. Oh, 1 minute. Okay, here I am taking eval tag. Eval stands for another list. Inside this I am putting li will be having the font awesome class called fa check. We'll get check icon there. Now inside this I am putting some dummy text. So I'm just copying this part from here to here and I'll be pasting here. Control V and this. Now simply we will duplicate it as much we need. We need 4 more times, so simply I'll be selecting pressing Ctrl D like this 4 or 5 times. If I show you, as you can see it is not gonna popping. You know why? Because we did not link this section to the respective menus. So let's do. Friends, you can see I have created the ID. This ID will be called inside the menus. So my menu is available inside the header and you can see we have blog. Right now I am targeting this section to the menus called blog very next to you. Here I am mentioning data toggle. This will be model obviously. Model, okay, and also I'm putting here data or data target. This will be having the ID name which I have created there, that is blog model. Okay, inside the hyper reference I am putting has, and let's have a look. Yep, you can see it is working fine, isn't it? But on the active we are getting underline which we don't need here, and also we have to make this looking cool as I have shown you earlier. Okay, so very first I am removing this underline from here on the active. Okay, so coming back to the style.css or the main.css, here going at the top where I have added anchor link. Okay, just putting comma and on the anchor I am putting active and will not get any underline there for sure. Here I am adding border, bottom, none. Okay, you can see we are not getting any underline on the active right now. Now we will have to work for this section. We have to arrange it beautifully, okay? So we'll go for the styling to style it. Coming to the index page, okay, and there we will work for this. So this time we need to work for the styling. So coming back to the main page for the CSS, first I am removing extra space. It is looking kind of weird. Coming to the main.css, okay. Now we need to find in which class we have to work first. Friends, you can see we have very first model fed and these are the IDs and the classes. Very first I am targeting this block. We have to put some background color like linear gradient behind to this. Okay, so what the code will be? Code will be model head. Okay, and this is having the name for this block. Coming to the main.css, right now going at the very below, and there we will start styling it nicely. Here I am mentioning main class. First I am increasing its font size for the readable purpose. Here I am mentioning model head. Very first I am gonna adding some background color to this. I am putting hex color code. Color should be white. And also I am adding padding to this like 1 rem. So we'll get nice padding there. And also I'm gonna adding some lateral spacing to this like 2 pixel. And font size something around 18 pixel. You can keep on changing its value. Text align should be center. Now I'm changing its background color very first. Here I'm mentioning FC 9842. And background image, here I am putting linear gradient again. On the 350 degree we will get some rotation there. Actually the color rotated like diagonal shape. Here I am mentioning FC 9842 hex color code it is. Okay, now the secondary color, that is again the hex color code like FE5775, and this will be 74%. Friends, if you want to get the gradients for the website, simply go to the uigradients.com, or you can use egg gradient, gradient.com. There you will get bunch of CSS for the linear gradient or the gradient color. You can simply make a copy from there and paste wherever you want to add the color like linear gradient. Now I am putting font family to this. Here I am adding Poppins, which I have linked already. As you can see, we are getting this adjustment beautifully, isn't it? Now we'll have to work for this image and the text, which is not looking cool, isn't it? And also we'll work for this icon. Very first we'll work for the image. So image is available, you can see here inside the content area. So what the code will be? Code will be dot content area img. Then this image will be targeted there. Coming back to the main.css, mentioning here content area. This will be having the image attribute. So here I am mentioning img. Img will be having the margin bottom like 55 pixel, and also on the hover I'll be adding some transition property. Here I'm mentioning content area, okay, and on the content area I have image, and on the image I am adding hover state. So when we'll put our mouse pointer over here, then we'll get some box shadow nicely coming up. Here I am adding RGBA, red, green, blue, alpha. Red value will be 0, green will be 0, blue will be 0, and this will be having some transparency for the alpha. Now I'm putting 0 pixel, 15 pixel. Friends, if you want to get some box shadow, simply go to the website called box shadow. Let me show you first. Simply search here box shadow CSS. As you can see, very third we have 91 beautiful CSS box shadow. Make sure to click over it, and as scroll you can see bunch of shadows are available. Now if I click on this, then it will be copied. Simply come to the file and paste inside the hover state. Okay, now I am adding transition for the smoothness. So here I am putting transition property, and this will be having some properties called all. Its duration should be 0.5 second, and its properties is in out. As you can see, we are getting nice shadow on the hover. Now we have to put some padding to this box, okay, and also we will work for the image and the text. Now coming to the bracket, okay, right now we'll refer to the index page. Here on the index page we have model content, okay. This model content is having all the text, images, and the button for the close icon, okay. So right now I'm targeting this model content there to put some padding over. Now here I mentioned model content. Padding should be 30 pixel, margin top around 84 pixel, and I'm adding here background image URL. This time we have to put some pattern there like dotted. If I show you, as you can see in the older file, we are getting some dot here in the background, okay. So for that I'm adding here image. Here I am locating my file. My file is available inside the images folder and name is dots.png. As you can see, we are getting here dot. Wow. Now only we have to expand its width. Coming back to the bracket, going to the index page, as you can see, we have model dialog. It has got custom class called custom model. So this custom model class I'm calling there to put some width there. Here I'm just pasting custom model. Again I'm adding a width kind of 85%. It's important. And I want to add some box shadow to the uh, dialog box. So here I'm mentioning box shadow 0, 25 pixel and 70 pixel. You can also copy the code from there, like I have shown you the website already. You can simply go there, make sure to select your shadow and paste here by copying from there. Now let's have a look. Wow, friends, finally we have done it. It's looking kind of cool, isn't it? See, we are getting nice hover on the hover effect over this image. Now we have to work for this text. It's looking kind of weird and uncool. Will do. So you can see we have the text here called a story behind success on all the text. So very first I'm targeting this h3. So we have to put the main class called content area h3. Then this will be targeted. Coming back to the main.css, getting extra space and mentioning here. Here I am mentioning content area h3. This will be having font family. Obviously I am adding here Poppins, and it will be censored the secondary with font family. Font size kind of 25 pixel and margin bottom 20 pixel. Now also I am targeting the p tag which is having the dummy text. Simply duplicating it by pressing Ctrl D, changing its sizes. Font size something around 17 pixel obviously, and margin bottom should be 30 pixel. Now we have to work for the, let me show you. As you can see, it has got shifted. Now we have to work for this check mark, and also we have to remove all the bullets from here. Let's do. We have the tag here. You can see we have fa check, which is the icon there. It is coming inside the li, and li is having ul tag. Let's do. Coming back to the main.css, mentioning here the main class called content area ul. Ul is having li. Mentioning here list style none. Line height should be 22 pixels, so we'll get some line height there. And also I'm targeting the icon called fa check. So here I'm mentioning content area fa. Color should be deep sky blue, and margin right 20 pixels, so we'll get some 20 pixel margin there. Yep, as you can see, it has got arranged. Friends, now we have to work for this icon. It's not looking cool. We have to shift here, and also we'll add some background to this. So you can see we have model here. Inside this we have added the close button. Let me show you. As you can see, we have close model button, and we have the close icon there. Let's target it. I am calling the class called close model button. Opacity should be 1. Background color I am gonna putting here kind of black, and also I'm gonna adding color to this white, and it will be important obviously. Border radius kind of for rem. Width should be for rem as well, and height will be the same. Margin top should be minus 60 pixel. Yep, friends, you can see now all are looking kind of cool, isn't it? So friends, in this class we have made it beautifully. Now in the next class we'll work for the pages, freelancer, gallery, contact. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any issue regarding this, then feel free to ask me. I'll be glad to help you. So stay tuned. See you in the next. Friends, previously we have worked for this blog menu, and it is working cool, isn't it? Now in this class we'll work for these pages, freelancer, gallery, contact. Okay, so let's take a look how this menu called pages look like. Or you can say it services. Friends, this will look like this. Okay, so we will be creating it right now. You can change the menu's name. It's up to you totally. So here on the index page we have the menu here. I'm just changing its name to the services. Services. You can put any name. It's up to you totally. Okay. Now what we will do? We will simply make a model copy. So we have model here. You can see it is starting from here to here. Simply we will remove extra space, and we will do it now. So this is the model. What we will do, we'll simply make a copy of it from here to the very below. Here. I am copying it, okay, just pasting here or here for the services menu. So it's been pasted. Now we'll change its ID name. So here I am putting services, okay, and this services ID will be calling inside the menu called services here. So what we'll do, simply we'll make a copy of this by pressing Ctrl C or Command C, just pasting here. Okay, now this ID will be changed like services. If I show you, as you can see, this is also popping because we have worked for this, and the same blog section is coming inside this because we have copied whole model. Only we'll remove this blog and we'll start doing. Coming to the bracket, okay, and you can see here we have content area. Simply I'll be removing from here. We don't need, okay. If I can show you, firstly I am just showing up like this. Now we'll come to know which is the file we have to open. As you can see, it has got empty, but our pop-up is working fine. We will have to change its name. So similarly, we will have to work for all the menus available here, like freelancer, gallery, content. Let's do. Here I am changing its heading name. It will be services. Okay. Now we will just make sure to copy whole model. Only will change its ID and that's it. I am duplicating it. Now you can notice in the older file we have freelancer, okay, and this is having something like this. So again I'm coming back to the bracket, changing its ID name. Here I'm mentioning freelancer, and the same ID will call there in the freelancer menu. Here I'm changing its as well. Okay, so we have to link this ID again there in the menu called freelancer. So again I am making a copy from here to here, okay, Ctrl C, and just pasting inside this menu called freelancer, and only will change its ID like freelancer. If I'll be showing you, then it will be coming up there. Now we will have to change, or we will have to work for this gallery and content. So let's take a look how the menu is coming. We have not gallery, we have our team, and it will be having this effect. So we will change the menu's name again. Here I am mentioning our team. Going below, and we will do the same as we have done. So simply make sure to select, or just if you have copied, simply paste here. I am pressing Ctrl D to duplicate. Here I am mentioning the ID name called our team, and the same ID name I will be putting there. We have already copied. I am just pasting inside this. Okay, here we'll change its ID name like our team. Now we have contact. So what I'll be doing, I am pasting inside the same upper line copied code, and only will change its ID like contact. Okay, and the same ID will create there by the name contact. I am pressing Ctrl D. It's been duplicated. I am changing its ID name like contact, and here as well. Friends, if I show you, then we'll get all the menus getting pop up. If I click on the blog, you can see it is coming up like this. If I click on this, we can see we have the pop up here and the button. If I click on this field, and so you can see it's coming up. Only we have to arrange the section. Friends, this time we have to work for the services. Okay, so let's do. Coming back to the older file and let you know how that will look like. You can see it is coming like this. It is getting some pattern behind, and also we'll get some icon there like this, and also on the hover we are getting the flip effect. So we'll do. Coming to the bracket here, okay, going at the way top where we have the section appearing, we have services. Inside the services we are gonna working right now. So we have closing button here called times. Okay, inside this very first I'm taking class from the bootstrap called container. This container will be having the row and also all the icon. Here I'm mentioning row and aligning from the bootstrap classes like justify content. Justify content. Center. This will be centered. Now we need some column here. So here I'm mentioning call LG4. This time I'm taking 4 column with large size, and also I have to work for the medium device. So here I'm mentioning call MD6. It stands for 6 column with medium size. Now inside this I am putting custom class called item service to a style in the style.css folder respectively. Now we need to add the item. Now we need to add here icon. So here I'm mentioning item service icon. Friends, you can put any class name. Now I'm putting I tag. I will be having the image. Image source will be having the icon name. So I'm putting images compass 2x.png. If I show you, then we'll definitely get the icon there. As you can see, the icon is coming up here. It's looking cool. Okay, I'll be arranging it nicely. After the icon class ending, I'm gonna adding some dummy text. So for that, I'm putting class called item service content. This item service content will be having the heading tag called h5, and this will be having the name like web development and the dummy text. So dummy text I have already added here. I'll make sure to copy that and just add there. I am coming back to the older file, and here. So friends, we have services here. Just make sure to copy this dummy text and I'll be adding there definitely. Here we have p tag. I'm just pasting inside this. Let's have a look how we are getting. As you can see, we are getting like this. So we need something like this 4 more times or 3 more times. Let's have a look how much we need. As you can see, first row is having 3 column equally divided. Very first this, second and third this. So we have 1 column and 1 column is having 3. Actually we have 1 row and 1 row is having 3 column, and here we have second row and it is containing 3 column as well. So right now we have to work for the 5 rest columns, you can say, or you can just say 5 items. Let's do. So you can see col LG6 here. I am just taking extra space. Simply we will duplicate it 5 more times. So just select it, okay. Press Ctrl D. Only will change its heading name. Like we have web development in the first, secondary will be photography. Okay. Now again I am duplicating it, mentioning here. I'll be changing its icon name as well. Okay, so here I'm mentioning this. This will be having web design, and the icon name will also get changed like hot air balloon. Now here I am adding BR tag to just get some line break. Okay, so again I am making copy of it, pasting here, Control V. Okay, and I'm changing its image name like a starfish, and also we are gonna adding its heading like app developing. Now again I am pasting here and will change its icon name. Friends, I am removing extra space which we don't need here. Okay, now let's have a look. As you can see, we are getting just 5. Now we need one more. So again, we will do the same work. You can see we have call LG. For just after this, I'll be putting it here. So friends, finally we have added all the icons in the text. Now we will have to work for the styling to style it nicely. Friends, now we will style these items. Coming back to the bracket here, going to the main.css. Before going to the main.css, we need to find its class. So we have item service class which is having the icon image and the heading and the paragraph. So simply make sure to copy it. Coming back to the main.css, simply put dot and call the class. This will be having border. Its thickness will be 2 pixels. Its weight will be solid and the color should be kind of this. I am putting padding something around 45 pixel from top to right, and left to bottom will be 35 pixel. Now I am putting some transition to this like 0.5 second on the hover. Later on I'll be adding hover effect. Margin bottom 14 pixel and font family kind of Poppins and sans serif. So we'll get sans serif there. As you can see, we are getting like this. It's cool, isn't it? Okay. Now we have to work for the hover effect over here. Okay, so when we'll put our mouse point over this, then we'll get hover effect there beautifully. So we need to find the icon name. My icon is available inside the tag called I, which is here. I tag is having image source. So the code will be item service I image. Here we'll put some width and height to decrease the icon size. So here I'm mentioning item service and I image. Now I'm putting width something around 60 pixel, height should be 60 pixel, display should be inline block, and transition should be 0.8 second. Its property should be linear and transform will be rotation to Y like 0. If I show you, then we'll get nothing as a rotating there or the flipping there, because I did not use any hover state still, or I did not use any hover state yet. Here I am mentioning item service, and on the item service I am using hover state. Now I am targeting the image. My image is available inside the I tag, so I putting here then image. putting transform rotate y like 360 degree. So we'll get 360 degree rotation. See, we are getting nicely, isn't it? Now we have to work for this text like heading text. So it is available inside the h5. So here I am mentioning item service, which is the main class, and then h5 will be having some margin top to this like 30 pixel, margin bottom 20 pixel, font size kind of 18 pixel, and now I am putting some font family to this like Poppins again. As you can see, it is looking kind of cool, isn't it? Finally we done it. Now we have to put it slightly top here. So coming to the index page, and you can see we have the service here. It is getting some inlining style. Inside this I'm putting a margin left actually for this. Margin left kind of 50 pixel, and also I'm gonna adding some margin top property like kind of 40 pixel, so it will shift at the top. So friends, finally we have done it nicely. See, all have got arranged beautifully, isn't it? In fact, it's working cool. So friends, now in the next class we are gonna working for these menus called freelancer, our team contact. So let's do that. Hi, welcome back friends. In the previous class we have worked for this service. It's working cool, isn't it? Now in this class we will work for this menu called freelancer. So let's take a look how this freelancer menu is having the section of the page. Coming back to the older file and let you know. This is containing two row, and each row is containing one column, which is equally divided in 4 items. See here. So in this class we will be working for this beautiful menu called freelancer, which is containing images in different rows. So let's do. Coming back to the bracket, there on the index page we'll do the things. So as you can see, we have freelancer menu section is here. Just after the p tag, I'll be taking extra space and then we'll do the work. Here I'm taking section with an ID called works. This works ID is not existing anywhere. I'll be starting it later on. Right now I'm putting content box as a custom class. Inside this I'm putting container class from the bootstrap, that is container fluid. Now again I'm taking row, and row will be having some undefined class called no gutters. This no gutters will be having some margin 0 and the padding 0 to remove all the gapping from the images and the columns. Okay. Now we need some columns. So here I am mentioning call MD3. I am taking 3 column with medium size. Also I am working for the small devices. So here I am mentioning call SM4. SM stands for a small. Now I am putting image wrapper class. This image wrapper class will be having anchor link, and anchor link will be having the image source. So here I am locating my image. my image is available inside the folder name work and one.jpg the name. Now I am making it responsive. So here I am mentioning class called image-responsive. If I show you, as you can see, this image is coming up here. Now in one row we need 4 images like this. So we'll be adding now. So similarly, we will just make a copy of this call md3 3 more times. So just duplicating it by pressing Ctrl D, only will change its image name. Let's duplicate one more time or 2 more time. I have duplicated 2 more times, just changing the image name. Let's have a look. As you can see, one row is containing 4 images in 4 column actually, okay. Now we will work for the rest 4 again. Here we will duplicate it one more time and again we will change its image name. Here I am mentioning 5.jpg like this. Again I am duplicating it by pressing Ctrl D and also will be changing its image name like 6.jpg. If I show you, we'll see there 2 columns coming up. Yep, as you can see, it is coming like this. Again, I'm gonna duplicating it by pressing Ctrl D and mentioning here 7.jpg. 7.jpg. Again, I'm duplicating it one more time and mentioning the image name called 8.jpg. So finally we are getting 2 columns, not columns actually. We are getting here row, 2 row with different column. We have a column here called MD4 that stands for 4 column with medium size. Okay. Now we have to remove all the gapping from here. Friends, if I show you, is it responsive or not? It is responsive to the some extent. Let's have a look. You can see it is responsive, but this section called model head freelancer is not responsive anymore and the navigation as well. So we'll make it responsive, don't worry. Okay, now we have to remove the gapping from here. Okay, so we'll do that. It's very easy. Simply I'm removing extra space from here which we don't need. Now we'll find its main class. Okay, and that main class will be having some properties to remove all the gapping from work section. So as you can see, very first we have image wrapper. This image wrapper will be having some overflow there. So I am coming back to the main.css mentioning image dash wrapper. This will be having some overflow like hidden. Inside this image wrapper class, we have image attribute. So image attribute will be calling right now here, mentioning some transition properties to this like transform, and its duration should be 0.5 second and property should be is. You can also use all the prefixes for this, but here I'm just leaving it as it is. Now on the image I'll be using hover state. So here I'm mentioning image wrapper image hover. Transform should be scale and 1.5, and also I am putting some cursor like zoom in. If I can show you, you can see it is coming like this and it is weird, isn't it? So we'll have to make it something like a smooth. Okay. Here we have 0.5 second, not D actually. Yes, you can see it is just bringing very next to us. Now we will have to remove this gapping. All the columns are having some gap in between. So we have to remove this gapping. We'll do it definitely. So let's do. Coming back to the bracket, on the index page, you can see we have a specific class for it, that is no gutters. So right now I'm calling row with no gutters and all the column are having the gap. So I'll be removing that right now. Here I'm taking extra space mentioning the class called row. Inside this we have no gutters class name, and now I'm targeting the class with universal selector, and this time I'm targeting a whole column which is coming inside this no gutters class. Here I'm mentioning padding left 0 and padding right 0. Let's have a look. Still we are getting here, so we have to remove this gapping. It's looking kind of weird. Here it should not be 1 actually. It will be just dash. Yep, as you can see we have done it nicely, isn't it? We have put the hover effect beautifully here. If you want to add some pop-up effect over here, then you can use magnific pop-up. It's very easy. Now you can see it is coming by touching to the load section, and also we have to push these images or these columns at the top. Coming back to the bracket, okay. Now here on the index page, you can see we have this text. Now what we'll do, I'll decrease its margin top property to push slightly at the top. Or I am mentioning here 33. Here I am mentioning margin bottom kind of 5 pixel. Yes, it's looking cool, isn't it? But on the hover we are getting some overflowing. Here I have added overflow called hidden, just I am putting important. You can see we have removed the privileges like overflowing. I have removed that. Now we have to push this section or the columns slightly at the top here. You can see we are getting less padding from bottom, and on the top we are getting too much padding. So we have to work for it. Okay, now we need to push little bit more. So friends, finally we have worked for blog, and also we have worked for the services, then we have worked freelancer, and now we are gonna working for our team. Let's have a look at our team how it looks like. Coming back to the older file and let you know. We have created freelancer. Right now we'll create our theme which is containing beautiful hover effect, and also we are getting tilt effect. See, when I am putting my mouse pointer over here, then it is getting tilt effect. See, so it's very easy. Simply we'll put a column, and one column will be having 3 images. Okay, inside the row we have the column, and then column will be having these images, and on that we'll use hover effect. Okay, so why waiting, let's get started. Okay, now we will work for our team. Still I am including its margin top. Okay, I am removing this extra space. Okay, now we have our team here. Okay, we have p tag closing here. Just after this we are gonna adding the section for that team. So here I am mentioning section. This will be having the class called team. This is not existing anywhere. I am putting container. This will be having row. Now I am putting section head class for the text. Also I am adding here text centers to align the text at the very center. Now we need some column here. So here I am mentioning call as SM12, 12 column with a small size. Now we need some heading tag. So here I am mentioning H4 and it will be having the text like heading text like web design. Now I am putting H2. This will be having secondary text. Inside the span tag, I am putting the secondary text. Why I put this span tag here and inside this we have put this because we have to change its color there. Okay, that's why I am putting here. Here I am adding a class called pink. This pink will be targeted specifically there. As you can see at the very center we are getting beautiful alignment. It's looking cool, isn't it? See here. Okay. Now we have to work for the items, image item there. We have 3 items there in one row. And one row is having 3 column equally divided. Okay. Here I am putting BR 2 more times to get some line break. Let's remove these spaces. Okay. Now here I am putting a class called team. This team will be having some call md4. This is the column actually. Now inside this I am putting class called hover 3D. As you might have noticed, when I am putting my mouse pointer over the images, we are getting tilt effect. That's why I am putting that. Now I am putting class here called hover 3D child. These are the classes which is coming from the library called hover 3D, which will link later on. Now I am putting undefined class called team image. This team image will be having the images. So let's put, I am mentioning here image. Now locating the images. It will be having the class. Okay, so here I am mentioning class called image responsive, image dash responsive. Now this team image is done. Now we have to put some text there. Let me just save it and take a look what we are getting. As you can see, first image is just coming up here. Now we have to work similar like 3 images, 2 images here. One will be coming up here and third will be here. And also we have to add some text over it. So coming back to the bracket, this time we have to work for the text which will be coming over the hover. After the team image, I am taking a class called info. This will be having all the information about this client. Or I am indenting it. I am just clicking on it, indenting it beautifully. Okay. Okay, inside the info, I am putting div. Div will be having the heading tag called h6. h6 will be having the name. Also, I'm gonna adding some description to this. Very first, I'm putting designation. So here I'm mentioning a span tag and then the designation. Now I'm putting dummy text here. lorem 10. Okay. Also, we have to work for the icon there like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, like that we have to put. So here I am putting custom class called social. This will be having anchor link. Anchor link will be having class called icon. Inside this I am putting I tag. This will be having FF font awesome Facebook. Now we'll duplicate it two more times. So I'm selecting it, pressing Ctrl D, Ctrl D. We'll change its icon name. Behance. Let's have a look. Friends, we are getting all the things nicely here. Even the icon is not visible, don't worry, we will make it visible. So now we need two more images like that, which we have added here. So we have this div here. Let me find its closing div, which is here. Just after this, we'll keep duplicating two more times. Same thing, only we'll change its name, designation and all the images. So we have this theme, just make sure to copy it. Okay, here I am pasting it. Now we'll change its image name and also designation. Now I'm gonna working for the third. Third will be having some different name. Let's have a look. As you can see, all the things are coming up here. Now we have to work for the hover state. Okay, so let's do. It's very easy. We'll do it definitely. So very first you can see we have a class here. Going at the top to find which is the main class for it. We have a class here team. And also we have main class here team. Inside this, actually we have added team two times here. You can see very first we have team here. Okay, here I'm changing its class name called item. And also I'm gonna working for the second image, which is here. I'm mentioning item again and again. I'm going to this mentioning item. We have put team multiple times, which is a class. Right now coming to the main.css, very first class I'm calling team, which is the main class. Inside this we have another class that is called item. Now putting text align center, and also I'm gonna adding some position to this like relative margin bottom 15 pixel, and I'm adding here overflow like hidden, so we'll not get any overflowing there. On the item I am using hover state, so here I'm mentioning team item, and right now I'm gonna adding hover on the item. And also we have some info available there like name, designation and the social link profile. You can see we have info class here which is containing the heading tag as 6 designation like that. See, so right now I'm getting the info. This is the class, so it will be having dot definitely. Now I am putting some bottom properties and everything. Bottom like 50 pixel. Now we have to work for the team image. Okay, so I'm duplicating it. Right now on the item I'm using hover, and also I'm calling the team image here, which is having the image. I'm using pseudo properties on the team image. Let's have a look. As you can see, we have team image here. This team image is having the image like this. Okay, so I'm calling it and using pseudo property called after over it. Here I am removing this bottom. We don't need, just mentioning opacity like 1 and visibility like hidden, or I am putting here visible. That's why it will look like there on the hover. It will be coming up there. Right now I'm not gonna using any hover and after properties. Simply I'm calling the team class. Inside this we have item and then I have team image class. Mentioning here overflow called hidden, and now I'm mentioning border radius like 4 pixel and position should be relative. Now coming down, this time we have to work for the pseudo elements of the team image. So let's copy it, paste at the very below here, mentioning after on the team image. Content should be empty and then I'm using here width 100%, height should be 100%, position should be absolute, top will be 0, left will be 0, and also I'm gonna adding some background color to this like RGBA, red, green, blue, alpha, RGBA, and also I'm putting some its values like this. I am putting some linear properties to this. So here I am mentioning background. This will be having linear gradient. Now I am putting to the top some color will be coming up like this. And also I am going to adding here RGBA like this. Opacity should be 0. Visibility like hidden. And right now I am putting transition properties to this like all and 0.4 second. As you can see, it is getting the opacity over here with linear gradient, but this text is not coming at the image by sliding, so we will fix it. Now I am calling the main class for the text of the designation or the name, that is info. So here I am mentioning team item info. I am putting positions like absolute, bottom should be minus 500 pixel, left will be 0, padding should be 0 and 15 pixel. These are the values from the TRBL, top right bottom left. Now I am gonna adding some width to it like 100%. Width should be 100% and Z index should be 4, so it will come at the top. Now I am adding transition properties to this like all 0.4 second. Now I'm gonna adding some font family to this like Poppins and sans serif. You can see it is coming nicely, isn't it? It's coming, but we have to change its color and everything. So let's find its class or the heading tag in which the text are coming. So we have H6 which is containing the name like Alex Smith. Span is containing the designation. P tag is containing the dummy text or the description. Coming to the main.css, mentioning team, item, and inside the info class we have H6 heading tag. I am mentioning font size 16 pixel. Color should be white. Letter spacing like 1 pixel and margin bottom like 5 pixel. Okay, now we have to work for the secondary designation, that is coming inside the span tag. So mentioning or pressing here Control D for duplicate. Here I am mentioning a span tag. This will be having font size kind of 13 pixel, and also I am adding here font style like italic. Color, I'll be putting some color here like this has EE3158. We don't need letter spacing, so just remove from here. Margin bottom 10 pixel. Here I am mentioning font style like italic. So we'll get italic font style there. Now after this we have p tag. So just duplicating it, mentioning here p, inside the info we have p tag also. I am removing these properties we don't need. Here I am putting margin bottom something like 10 pixel, and also I'm adding here some color like hex color code A9, A9 and A9. Yep, you can see it's looking cool, isn't it? Now we have to work for these icons. So we have a specific class for it called icon. Let me show you. As you can see, we have a class called icon. This icon class is containing social media link of the icon. Here I am mentioning team, item, and now I am calling info. Inside this we have icon class. Now putting a margin something around 0 and 10 pixel, and now I am putting font size 12 pixel. Colors should be white or like this triple E, and cursor should be pointer. Friends, it's looking cool, isn't it? See, it's truly amazing. Now we have to change its color like talented, which is available inside the span tag, and span tag is having the class called pink. Let's have a look. As you can see, we have a span tag. This span tag is containing pink class called talented text 4. So here I am mentioning pink class directly and putting color like deep sky blue, or I am just putting here deep pink. Okay, and font weight called bold. Yes, it's looking cool, isn't it? So friends, in this class we have made it working. Now this time we have to work for the 3D tilt. For that we need to add here a plugin called Hover 3D. Hover 3D. So here I am linking the plugin, and also I'll be showing you how you can do the same. Simply coming very down, and you can see we have bunch of spaces available which we don't need. Simply remove it. Okay, it's looking weird. Okay, now we need Hover 3D plugin. Simply go to the Google like this. Mention here Hover 3D CDN link. As you can see, very first we are getting this, and also we are getting this. So make sure to click over this jQuery Hover 3D. You can see we have this one as well, Ariana Hover 3D. Click on it. You can see all the documentation is available here. If you click on this demo, then you will see how this tilt is working. I'm just clicking on this distributable dist folder. Click on it and go for the JS. You can see we have jQuery hover 3d.js, and at the below we have min.js. Means it is the minified version of this upper one. So simply what you will do, click over it. Okay, click on this row and just save it in your specific folder by pressing right mouse button and go for the save. Okay, after saving you will be linking it right there. Coming back to the bracket. Okay, and here just after this bootstrap.min.js I am mentioning a script, giving a source to it like hover. My file is available inside the images folder and name is the hover 3d, jQuery hover 3d. You can put anywhere your file, it's up to you totally. So we have linked jQuery hover 3d.min.js. Now this time we have to link inside the a script, then it will work. You can see I'm going to the browser and I'll let you know how you can apply this or this plugin there beautifully. All the documentation is available here, you can see. You can see it is saying like this: call your class and the selector in which we have in which you have put your hover 3D. So we have created already two classes there on the index page. First is jQuery 3D, and let's have a look first, then we'll do that. Coming back to the bracket and going to its file, here we have two classes called hover 3D and hover 3D child. They are the selector actually, so I'm just gonna calling it. Here I'm mentioning dollar and then I'm putting the selector called hover 3D. Now I'm mentioning hover 3D. Now we have the selector, that is hover 3D child. This is the class, so I'm putting dot and then the class name called hover 3D child. Invert should be true. Yep, friends, you can see we are getting nice tilt effect right now. It's truly amazing, isn't it? So finally we have made it working. Now we have to push this text here with box. So let's do. As you can see, we have here margin top and everything. Now I'm adding margin left to push it slightly to the left direction. So here I'm mentioning margin left 60 pixel. Finally it's been shifted, but we are getting the break. We don't need break. So here I'm removing this our team from here. Yep. Friends, finally it's been aligned beautifully. So in this class, we have made it working. We have worked for the blog and also we have worked for the section, freelancer, menu, then our team. I hope you enjoyed it, isn't it? Now in the next class, we will be working for the contact and then we will work for the responsive part. So friends, I hope you are enjoying. If you have any issue regarding this, then let me know. I'll be glad to help you. Hi, welcome back. Friends, in the previous class, we have worked for the menu called our team. It is working fine. Now in this class, we'll work for different menu, which is contact. I'll be changing its name later on. This will be location, okay? And inside this menu, we will get some beautiful section appearing. For now, you can see it is totally empty. So let's take a look what we are gonna putting inside this menu, okay? So let's take a look. Friends, in this menu called contact or location, I'll be putting Google Map and some branding at the very below, and also will use some social media icons like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Behance and Dribble. So let's do. Very first, I am coming back to the bracket, right? There we will change or we'll do all the things. Going at the very below where the contact menu is available, okay. So as you can see, we have contact right now. Just I'm changing its location, changing to locations, okay. And also we'll change its menu name. So I'm pressing Control F for find. Right now I'm mentioning contact. Okay, as you can see, the menu name is right here. I'm changing this menu name to the locations. Okay, now we'll have to work for that menu called location. Let's have a look what we are getting. As you can see, we have put the menu name or changed its heading here as well. Right now we have to add the Google map inside this section called location. Coming back to the Google, searching here Google Maps. Simply come to the Google and search Google Maps. After searching, you will be getting this very first link called Google Maps. Click on it. Now as you can see, all the maps have been loaded beautifully. Right now I am selecting my location. My location is just this. Click on it. As you can see, it is just bringing us, and right now we have save icon available here. See, we have bunch of options available. Here we have save. Click on it. Now we have two options available. Send a link, embed a map. Click on it. Now we have to copy this iframe. So simply click on the copy HTML. Come back to the bracket. There we will be adding inside the contact menu. Here, just after this p tag, what we will do, I'll be pasting it. Control V. Now if I show you in the browser, as you can see, it is coming like this. We have to expand its width. Okay, so we will do it. Here you can see we have width something around 600. Now I am putting 100%. So it will be occupied 100% width there. As you can see, we are getting 100% width. Now you can notice this location heading tag is just coming by touching to this. So we can adjust it by putting some margin top in the less value. Now we have to add here social media icons like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Behance and Dribble. So let's do. Coming back to the bracket here, just after the iframe closing tag, I am taking a space, and here I am putting a class called socialize. This is custom class, okay? It's not predefined anywhere. Inside this, I am putting font awesome icon for the Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn and all. So here I am putting I tag. Inside this, I am mentioning FA font awesome Facebook. Now I am duplicating it multiple times as much we needed. Now we'll change its class only. So here I am mentioning Twitter. After this we'll add LinkedIn. Then we'll go for Behance. And now I am mentioning here Dribble. Okay. Also we have to add some copyright text. So here I am taking p tag. This will be having all the copyright text. So here I am mentioning copyrights reserved. Here I am putting end percent copy to get the copyright icon. If I show you in the browser the final outcome, then you will get to know what we are getting. As you can see, the map is coming here and all the social media icons like this. Now we have to adjust it at the very center here. For this we'll use bootstrap custom class that will call text center. So it will be aligned beautifully. So finally it's been aligned here. Now we have to work for this social media icon as well. What I'm doing, I'm not putting class here, just we have this div which is containing class text center. Just I'm removing from here and putting below to this. Okay, it's done. Now we have to put some border radius, and also we'll add some border to the social media icon, and also we'll add some font size to this. Coming back to the main.css, going at the very below, there we will call the class. We have a class called socialize. So I'm calling here. Inside this we have itag. Very first we'll change its font size, then we'll add some border to this. Now I am putting width like 50 pixel, height should be 50 pixel as well, and now I am putting line height 47 pixel to adjust at the very center, and also I'm adding some background to this like white. This time I am putting font size something around 20 pixel and border radius kind of 50%. Color should be this. Margin top 45 pixel and border I am adding here. Its thickness will be 2 pixel. Its weight will be solid and the color should be like this. Now I am putting margin bottom 20 pixel to get some margin there to the copyrighted text. Okay, now I'm putting cursor like pointer, so we'll put, whenever we'll put our mouse pointer over the icon, we'll get palm icon there. That means it is clickable. Now I'm putting margin right something around 5 pixel to get some gapping in between the social media icons. Wow, friends, you can see it has got adjusted beautifully. It's looking kind of cool, isn't it? Now we have to work for these locations. Okay, so we'll come back to the index page. There you can see we have locations here. I'm just decreasing its value like kind of 20 pixel in the minus, or I'm adding here margin bottom, kind of margin bottom something around 5 pixel, so we'll get some margin there definitely. As you can see, we are getting nice margin here. Okay, if you want to get even more, then you can do that. I am mentioning here 10 pixel, and let's have a look. So friends, you can see finally we have created or worked for this menu called locations. Finally we have created all the section beautifully and it's looking kind of cool, isn't it? Now in the next class we'll make this navigation bar responsive. I hope you are enjoying. If you have any issue regarding this, then let me know. I'll be glad to help you. So stay tuned. See you in the next. Till then, keep practicing. Hi, welcome back friends. In the previous class, we have made this locations menu working and see how cool it is. Now in this class, we will make these menus, navigation menus responsive. So let's take a look how the responsive looks like, and also I'll be showing you this is responsive or not. Okay. As you can see on this position, all the menus are just getting falling down. It's not looking cool. Okay, so in this class, we'll be working for these menus to make it responsive. Let's take a look. As you can see, this is the older file and I am decreasing its browser size. And you can see on the certain position like mobile device, we are getting this navigation toggle menu. Click on it. You can see when we'll click on this, we are getting our navigation just coming up like this. So this is called responsive. For making this responsive, we will use some custom class and also I'll be using some media query, okay, to make it responsive. Friends, before doing anything, we need to find its breakpoint where this menu is just breaking down. For this, what we will do, I am pressing right mouse button, going for the inspect. As you can see, we have two options available. Very first we have inspect and then we have toggle device toolbar. Click on it. As you can see, we are getting like this. If I decrease, see, we have the breakpoint counting up at the very top. As you can see, as I am decreasing its size, we are getting the breakpoint at the very top counting up. So we have breakpoint here 603, and finally we will work for the respective breakpoint. Very first we'll work for the breakpoint called 900 pixel. There we'll use some media query with the maximum width 900 pixel. There we'll just hide this. All the menus name will be hidden there on the position called 900 pixel, and there only will get the button here like 3 horizontal bars, and when we'll click on that we will get our navigation bar appearing. Okay, so let's do. Coming back to the bracket right now. Okay, here you can see I'm at the very top, just scrolling the page. We have the logo here. Just after this or just below to this, I'm creating a class called menu toggle. You can put any class name, but make sure to call the same class in the style.css or javascript to make that linked and work. So very first I'm gonna using a breakpoint that will supposed to be 991 pixel, and it should be maximum width. Here what we will do, here I'm taking media query. Friends, you can create simple page like responsive.css, and that page you can link with the index page, and on that respective page called responsive.css you will be using all the media queries. But for now what I'm doing on the same page of style.css to use as a responsive.css. I'll be using all the media queries on this page along. Okay, so here I'm putting media query called @media, and we'll use maximum width kind of 991 pixel. Friends, you can find its breakpoint to get the exact where the things breaking. Okay, for now I am using 991 pixel as a maximum width. Very first what I'll be doing on this position, I am just making the display none to the navigation bar, so that navigation menus will be removed from there. Let me show you. We have the selector on the index page. You can see we have a nav. Okay, this nav is containing all the menus name like home, blog, services, everything. So very first I'm calling the class called nav there on the main.css to put some display. Here I'm putting nav and mentioning display called none. If I show you, as you can see on this position, it has got removed. We are not getting any navigation menus here, but previously we are getting all the menus name coming up here. So finally we have removed. As you can see, as I am decreasing or increasing its size, we are getting the navigation menus coming up. But as I am going down, you can see it is getting disappear. So on this position 991 pixel, we have removed this. Now we'll put a custom class called active to activate it beautifully on the click. Okay, just inside this 991 pixel I am taking extra space to define the things. This time I am selecting a class called nav, not class actually. I am selecting the selector here. You can see we have a selector here. We have nav two times. This is for class, this is for the selector. So this time I am calling the selector called nav. So nav will not contain any kind of dot or the hash because this is the selector. Inside this, very first I am putting active class. This active class I'll be calling in the JavaScript to make it activated on the click. Okay, so here inside this I am putting position called fixed. Now I am putting top value 0, left will be 0. I am putting width kind of 100%. Height should be 100%. Okay, and here I am putting background kind of black. I'll be changing it later on. You can put any gradient color here, it's up to you totally. Right now I'm putting some display to this like flex, so we'll get some flex property like inline block there. And also I'll be using some justify content called center, so all the menus will be coming at the very center, and align item centers. As you can see, for now we are not getting anything because we did not call here any horizontal bars for the toggle like hamburger. Now I'm targeting my menus selector, that is UL. Here you can see we have UL. So this time I'm calling nav, which is the selector. Inside that we'll be adding class called active, and active will be having the eval. This active class is not existing on the index page anywhere. I'll be calling this active class in the JavaScript to make it activated. Now inside this I'm putting display called flex, and also I'm using justify content center, align item center to align all the menus at the very center, and flex direction like column. So it will be coming there as a column, one column inside. The you will get one column. Inside that column we will get all the menus line by line. Flex direction like column. Inside this UL we have li tag available. So again I'm calling here nav class, which is containing dot, and inside this we have ul li. Mentioning here margin left 0, so we'll not get any margin there. Inside the li we have anchor link. Let's have a look. You can see we have anchor link here, and this anchor link is coming inside li, and ul is containing li tag as well. So this time I'm putting nav active ul li a. Why? Because we have to put some font size, margin and display property. So here I'm putting nav active class eval. Friends, wherever I'm using active class, it will supposed to be calling inside the JavaScript to make it work. Now I'm putting li will be having anchor link. I'm putting display called inline block, font size 24 pixel and margin something around 5 pixels from top to right, and rest will be 0. As you can see, still we are not getting. This time we have to work for the mini toggle, which will be coming up here. Okay, so we have a specific class for this. You can see we have created a class called mini toggle. So just this mini toggle class I'm calling here. This is the class, so it will be having dot, definitely. Mini toggle position should be absolute, display should be block, and here I'm putting right value called 0, so it will be coming from the very right side. Okay, here I am putting width something around 30 pixel, height should be 30 pixel as well, cursor should be pointer, display flex, justify content center, and now I'm putting align item center. Z index should be something like this, so it will come at the very top. Okay. Now here I am using pseudo property. Before doing anything, I am going to the index page. This time we have to work for the JavaScript to make it enable. Okay, just inside this document.ready method, I am using JavaScript property like let mini toggle. This is the toggle which I am calling here. This time we'll put document.query selector. Inside this again I am calling the class called menu toggle, which will be having 3 horizontal bars there. Document.query selector, and again I am calling the nav selector inside this. Now we have to work for the menu toggle on the click function. Okay, so here I am mentioning menu toggle, and on this I am putting on click, so it will be clickable. This time I am putting function. Okay, function, this will be having some properties inside this. We will add here active property with the class list toggle. So here I am mentioning menu toggle class list toggle, and this will be active. Friends, you might have noticed I have discussed about this active there on the index on the main.css to call inside this JavaScript to make it work. Now similarly we will do with the nav selector. So here I am mentioning nav class list toggle, inside this again I am putting active. Yep. As you can see, it is coming like this. Wow. Only we are not getting the button here visible, but we are getting the section appearing here. We have made the responsive navigation bar, but we will have to work for the toggle menu. Let's do. Coming back to the main.css, this time we have to work for the pseudo property. So here I am calling menu toggle. On this I am using pseudo property before. Now I'm putting content called this empty. Position should be absolute. Width should be something around kind of 100%. Height should be 3 pixel. Background I'm adding here white. Now I'm putting transform properties like translate to y minus 10 pixel. Like it will come by clicking over that. When you click on that, you will get two lines just crossing one another. It is something like animation. Okay. Now I'm putting box shadow kind of 0, 10 pixel and 0 again and white. Transition should be 0.5 second. Like its delay. Yep. If I just here we have, as you can see, we are getting here. We are getting 2 bars here, but we need one more. So what we will do, coming here, just duplicating it by pressing Ctrl D and selecting. Here we will change its translate y properties to the plus. Now let's have a look. As you can see, I am just here, it should be after, not before actually. So here I'm mentioning after and we'll take a look. Yep. As you can see, we are getting 4 bars here, which we don't need now. As you can see, it has got fixed. When I'm clicking on it, we are getting the menus appearing. But we have to make it something like animated. Here I'm calling menu toggle and I'm putting active on, and on the active I'm using pseudo property called before. Mentioning here translate to y minus 0 pixel and rotation should be 45 degree. Box shadow again like this. Now again I am duplicating it by pressing Ctrl D, changing its pseudo properties before to after, and we'll put it in the minus and let's have a look. Yep, it's coming like this. It's looking kind of weird, isn't it? Okay. I'm not gonna using here box shadow. I'm just removing it. Here it should be box shadow, not decoration. Yes, you can see it is coming like this. It's looking cool, isn't it? So friends, finally we have made this responsive navigation beautifully. See, on this position we are not getting any toggle, but as I am decreasing its size, you can see we are getting on this position called 991 pixel our toggle menu coming up. If I click, you can see it is getting full width occupied with beautiful color. You can change its background color, it's up to you totally. So friends, in this class we have made this navigation menus responsive. It's cool, isn't it? Now we have to work for this part. As you can see, when I'm clicking on this menu called blog, we are getting this heading by capturing whole space. It's looking kind of weird, isn't it? And also we have to work for this button and we'll remove this part, which is not looking cool. So we have a breakpoint for this. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll press right mouse button going for the inspect element, and you can see on this position I am just getting its position where it is getting distorted. We have some certain position. Okay, you can choose 600 or you can choose 500 or 446. It's up to you. For now we have a certain position available. We'll call that definitely, and all will get settled. Friends, we have to work for the very first this one. Okay, so this is available inside one. If I click on this inspect element, if I click on this, you can see it is showing that it is available inside the class called name, and inside the name we have all the text available. So we have to remove this. For removing this, we'll use breakpoint called 900 pixel, or I'll be using here 800 pixel. Okay, so let's do. Coming back to the bracket, this time what we'll do, I'm using again the media query. On the media query, maximum width I'll be using here 800 pixel. 800 pixel. So when we'll go down from this breakpoint called 800, we'll get all the things disappeared which we want to disappear. So we have a class here on the index page. I'm going at the very top and let you know where we have the class available. So as you can see, we have a class called contents. Inside this we have profession, which is containing this text called D and the designer. So we have to remove this D designer at the certain position like breakpoint, which is 800 pixel. So here coming inside this, I am calling the main class called profession. Inside this we have span tag. Just I'm mentioning here display like none. If I show you, let me refresh it. As you can see, it has got removed. We have deleter which is removed from here. Now we have to remove this UI, UX and designer. Okay. So we have a specific class right now. We have name here. This is the class called name, which is containing the designation called UI, UX head. So right now coming back to the main.css, there we will add some display property. So again I'm mentioning here dot profession and the next class name, which is name. Inside this I'm putting display called none, so it will remove beautifully. Or we can mention here just name. Okay, not profession. Profession is basically for this one only. Okay, so I'm putting name only, and let's have a look. As you can see, UI UX has got removed. It's looking cool. If I show in the older file, then we'll come to know where we have to remove the things. You can see on this position we are not getting any text, so we have to remove this designer from here. So we have a class for this designer which is called profession. Here mentioning profession only, profession display like none. As you can see, we have removed all the sections which is coming here like designation and the name. It's looking cool, isn't it? Now you can notice we have the button here just before to this play button here, but it should be here. Okay, so we'll bring it. Firstly we need to find its class name, then we can adjust it beautifully. So this is the button. Let me show you. Here we have view portfolio. This is the button. So right now I am calling this portfolio link, and I'll be putting the margin left property to adjust there. Here I'm mentioning margin left kind of 50 pixel, and let's have a look. As you can see, it is shifting here. Now we have to put even more, like 150 pixel in the minus. So friends, finally you can see we have removed the inner section like designation and the name from here, and also we have adjusted this button. But this button is bringing the section very rough. It's not looking cool, isn't it? So we have to find its class, and after finding its class, what we will do, we will add some width and height to this. Okay. So this is available inside the section. Okay, like we have portfolio section where we are getting this. So we have image here. Now I'm calling this portfolio plist class to target these images. Okay, so let's do. Coming to the main.css, here I'm calling the main class called portfolio, and inside this we have plist class. This will be having some padding kind of 6 pixel, and it's important. And position should be relative, z index should be 2, and top value should be 15%. Let's have a look what we are getting. Yep, as you can see, we have got it adjusted. Previously we are not getting our image coming up, but for now we have to change its font size and font weight as well. Okay, so here let me show you where we are getting the text. You can see we have portfolio. Inside this we have plist. This is containing eval. Eval is having the image. Inside the anchor link we have a span tag, which is the text. So this is span tag. Right now I'll be calling there in the main.css to put some font size, font weight. So here I'm mentioning portfolio plist. Inside this we have a anchor link, and anchor link is containing a span tag. So right now I'm putting a span tag, font size something around 15 pixel, and font weight kind of 400. Let's have a look. Friends, right now we'll work for this who am I button. You can see this text is coming too bigger. Okay, for now we have done this navigation responsive, we have worked for this button, and also we have worked inner to this button like this. Okay, so let's do for this button called who am I. Now we have to find its class, and we'll put some font size lesser. Okay, for this we will come to the index page. There we'll take a look in which class who am I is containing the text. As you can see, who am I is right here. Click on it, and we have the class called text content. Inside this we are getting h2, and also we are getting p tag. Okay, so p will not be getting there only, or I'll be leaving it there only. Will change its font size. Coming to the main.css, calling the main class called text content, and inside this we have heading tag called h2, font size 20 pixel. If I show you, let me refresh it and click on this button. You can see the down we have this text getting very smaller. If you want to remove it, then you can remove it. It's very easy. Simply mention your display called block, and we will get these things removed. Now we have to work for this part. This is coming inside the p tag. Okay, so right now I'm calling this p tag, or I'm mentioning here display called none. Okay. Okay, so you can see previously we have made a mistake. We have added display block which is not needed. We needed none. And you can see we have removed the extra text and it is aligned properly. It's cool, isn't it? So finally we have made this section responsive too. Now we'll go for this contact me. Okay, see we are getting like this. Now what we will do, we remove this text which we don't need here. Only we'll get this input box there. For this we need to find its class. Okay, so it is available inside the contact me class. Here it is. So we have this text and this text. So right now I'm calling contact info and this class called top, not top class. Yep, yeah, we have top class here. Just I'm calling there to remove all the text. Okay, so coming to the main.css, mentioning here top, this place should be none. Okay, we have the main class, we have to call the parent class, then it will be possible. So we have main class called contact me. Right now I'm calling there, I am mentioning the dot for the class name, dot for the class and the name called contact me. Actually we have to call it respectively. For now we have to remove this part, so we have to call contact info and so on. Okay, here I'm adding a class here. I'm not class adding here, I'm just mentioning here contact me. First we have to remove this part. Okay, so the code will be contact me h2. Contact me, firstly we have put the wrong class name. Okay, we have added the wrong class name. Actually we have put it in the small letter and there we have in the capital letter. That's why we are not getting. So we have added a parent class, inside that we have added child class, and you can see we have got it shifted beautifully and it is looking cool, isn't it? We don't need enough text there. If you want to adjust it slightly down, then you can do that. We have a class here called form. Okay, form is having all the input. Okay, so right now I'm calling the form and putting some margin top value. Form margin top kind of 40 pixel. We can change its value later on, it's up to you. See, we are getting it adjusted. So friends, finally we have made this responsive bar beautifully with media queries. We have worked for this who am I, it is working fine. We have worked for this view portfolio, it is working cool, isn't it? And now we have contact me. So it is fully responsive by the nature of media query. Then we have video play button. If you click on it, you will see the video is popping up very next to us. So friends, till now we have done all the section respectively and it is just a step by step. We did not make it just like jumping one to another. We have done it just a step by step. I hope you enjoyed it, isn't it? Now if I click on this blog, you can see we are getting like this. So we have to adjust it beautifully and also we have to adjust this button called close. So for this we need to find its main class where it is getting an issue. Okay, so we'll be doing it right now. Very first I'm coming to the index page. Okay, and we will take a look where we are getting the issues. So as you can see we have blog. Okay, This is the model head class which is containing blog. If I go down and I'll show you, we have services which is coming inside the pop-up animation effect. Okay, so right now why we will not call the main class to put with all the pop-up animation in a heading which is just overlapping to the close button. Okay, so very first we have blog section. Okay, let's have a look. If I click on this blog, you will see this heading is just overlapping. So we have a blog here on the bracket and we have a specific class for this, that is model head. So what the code will be? Code will be h2 model head. Then it will be targeted. Coming to the main.css, mentioning here h2 which is the heading tag. Inside this we have model underscore head. Now mentioning width kind of 40%. Make sure to call the same class name, then it will apply, otherwise it will never gonna apply. Let me refresh it, click on it, go to the blog. Yep, you can see it is just looking cool, isn't it? Now we have to work for this close button. We have to decrease its uh, width and height, and also we'll shift it at the very center to this block. So we have a specific class for this. Here you can see we have a button. Okay, this is containing class called close. So right now I'm calling button dot close to target this, mentioning here button dot close. Very first I'm putting margin top kind of 49 pixel or 45 pixel, and cursor should be pointer. Let's have a look. As you can see, it is coming like this, but I want to shift it at the top slightly, mentioning here 40. Here I am inspecting in the browser. Okay, it's looking cool, isn't it? 53 pixel. Let me refresh it and have a look. See, it has got aligned beautifully to this heading. If I click on the services, you can see we have to work for these services beautifully. Then we have to work for this close. Also we'll have to work for the freelancer and our team, again locations and everything. So we have services, we have a main class for this. Okay, let's have a look. I'm clicking on this inspector button and clicking over this. We have S2 model head. Okay, now what we'll do, coming to the index page, and we have services at the very below here. So I'm targeting this. So what the code will be? Code will be, I'm putting some custom class inside this. Okay, I am mentioning here OK class. This time I am targeting this h2 with this OK. h2 this h2 with this OK class, or I can put here model head OK, or simply model head, but it will be targeted a whole model head which is coming to the site. Here I am mentioning margin left kind of 50 pixel, and if I show you, if I inspect it, Okay, here h2.ok will be having margin left kind of 15 pixel and it will be important 15 pixel, and it should be important, then it will be apply. As you can see, it is coming like this, so I think we have to decrease its value. Okay, it should not be in the minus. So you can check it out in the inspect element in the browser to take a look where the section is just distorting. You can adjust it by putting the values in the same time. See, it has got fixed. If I click on this blog section and the button is working fine. If I click on the services, it's cool. Now we have to work for this close button. Again, I'll be inspecting it. Now I'm putting custom class for this. Okay, coming to the index page, and you can see we have close modal button. Now what we will do, I'm adding a class called new. This new class will be calling there new, then we'll add class called close, new.close. Here I'm putting margin top kind of minus 40 pixel. Again, we can change its value. I think we have to decrease its value like kind of minus 10 pixel. Okay, now I'm inspecting it. So finally you can see we have got it adjusted. Okay, it's looking cool, isn't it? So friends, we have made blog as the responsive. You can see all the button and the model head is coming nicely. Then we have worked for these services and it's truly amazing, isn't it? Now we have to work for this freelancer, and you can see this button is just overlapping. So for this case we can just decrease its width and height. You can do the same. Our team is looking cool, and then we have the locations and all the things is perfectly working. So friends, in this class we have completed all the section as responsive, and I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any issue regarding this, then feel free to ask me. I'll be super glad to help you. So stay tuned and keep learning. Friends, for this freelancer, you can see you can just put a custom class for this button and put margin left and the top, or you can increase or decrease its width to align the things as I have done earlier. This is just task for you. And similarly, our team is looking cool. If you want to adjust this team, then you can put some custom class to this, and that custom class you can call in the media query to put margin left, then it will be adjusted here. And we have locations, it's cool. So friends, it's done. Feel free to ask if you have any issue. Then till then, keep watching, keep learning, and keep growing.